he's going. Good evening. We'll get going. It is 7 o'clock. We are in council chambers for our regular council meeting. Welcome people in the audience tonight. We've got a few participants. That's great. Thank you very much. There will be a bit of an interruption. The 140th Air Cadet Squadron will be coming in right about now, actually. So they are being as quiet as mice, so that's greatly appreciated. Council, if I may have a motion to approve the agenda, and if pleases council, we did have a late request for a delegation from Mr. and Mrs. Knowles with respect to a motion that's on the agenda tonight. So if we could include them, please. I would need a waiver of procedural bylaw. Councillor Thompson and Gartner, all in favor? 2/3 required. As to my motion on the street parking. Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. May I please have declarations of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none, we do not have any presentations. We do have two delegations. First, we have Rabbi Hecht with respect to the menorah lighting. Rabbi, if you would come up, please. If you would introduce yourself, please, and you have 5 minutes. You will get a warning tone at 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of council, and those who are assembled here this evening. My name is Rabbi Yosef Hecht, Executive Director of Chabad Aurora. Our activities that we carry out are holiday programs, family get-togethers, outreach activities, programs for seniors, from cradle all the way to adult programming. December 18th, here at the town hall, we had a menorah lighting ceremony, which was attended by a very beautiful crowd for the time that we had, and that we were able to put it together. It was really awesome to see. There was a lot of excitement, a lot of participation from the residents of Aurora. And we've been speaking, and I've been in touch with the mayor's office to perhaps have this as an annual event at the town hall. We've been doing programming for close to 15 years here in Aurora, and it was a first to have it here at the town hall with the members of council that attended with the mayor. And the holiday is in December usually, every year. And the proposal here this evening is for the town to have this as an annual event, and this will be in partnership with our organization. We will help plan it, help run it, and get the word out for the community to attend this event. And this event can bring, it's a great opportunity to service the residents of Aurora, and to bring great excitement and participation from the residents for in and around the holiday time. It is, as mentioned, always in December. We had one, as mentioned, on December 18th, 2017, and we would like this for an annual event. At the same time, there are actually details, obviously, that have to be worked out, and I'll be happy, and our organization, myself included, will be happy to work with council, with the town, to help facilitate, to make that a reality. So I hope we can get the votes here tonight to move this forward and move to the next step to have this as an annual event. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi. Just before you go away, first of all, council motion to receive. Councillor Gartner, Councillor Thompson, any comments or questions for Rabbi Hecht? Councillor Gartner.
Thank you for coming tonight, Rabbi Hecht. You know, Aurora is a diverse society and becoming a more diverse society. So any respect we can show to all of the diversity, I think, would be appreciated by council and the community. So thank you for your suggestion.
Anyone else? All in favor of receipt and refer? Contrary, that's carried. Thank you very much, Rabbi Heck. Pardon me. Thank you, sir. Our next delegation is Mr. Paul Knowles with respect to my other motion, which is on this evening. Mr. Knowles, if you could introduce yourself, sir, and you have...
Good evening. My name is Paul Noland.
I'm sorry.
That's
Nolan.
quite right.
Feel free to move that
Yes,
microphone.
yes.
Thank you.
My wife Debbie and I have lived in the Aurora area for 9 years now. We live on Moorcrest Drive. Little did we know when we moved to Aurora that our neighbors would be running an Abrams towing service out of their residence. It's
I'm sorry,
unfortunate.
Mr. Knowles, just no names, please, sir.
Nope, no names at all, yeah. But anyway, the problem with running a towing truck service out of residential areas is it's incompatible with the quiet enjoyment of the area. The offending truck is 30 feet long. It's several tons and is noisy, unsightly, and dangerous. The fact is, as an unsightly truck, it lowers property values in the neighborhood, and of course would lower the tax base of the houses in the area. It's very noisy, as I was saying. It's incompatible with a quiet residential area, and I think what is most important, where the individual involved parks his vehicle is very close to Wilson Park, which is a children's park, and it's also an area where school buses pick up and drop off their students. And this represents a danger, I feel, to children in the area, and I ask council members to support any motion that will limit the use of such trucks in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan, and I apologize for
Quite all right, sir.
getting your name incorrect. First of all, Council, may I have a motion to receive and refer? Councillor Humphreys, Councillor Tom. Any comments or questions for the delegate? Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. Has this been a lot, like since you've moved there for how many years? Or
We have, in fact, phoned bylaw people. I've sent letters. I've sent a letter to Abrams Towing Truck Company, and they didn't, a registered letter, they didn't even give me the courtesy of a reply. So it has been going on for some time.
okay, good. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much for coming to the podium, and I'm not sure if it's you I spoke with or one of your neighbors, but I understand it's a problem that we can't regulate right now under our bylaws. So I hope we'll be able to do something to help you. It must be very annoying.
It is, thank you. I am concerned about the safety of children, and of
Yes.
course, using a business in a residential area. Thank you.
Thank you. There are many issues. Thank you.
Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming out today. And just when you said that the truck was 30 feet long, we're talking longer than a regular pickup truck. You're talking like those big trucks that will move buses and other trucks?
It's a flatbed truck which would be used for moving cars. I estimated it as it being about 30 feet.
Okay.
But I didn't actually get down there with a measuring tape.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you for coming out tonight. Just for my purposes, for clarification, I just want to make sure that whether your concern is based on the vehicle being parked on the street or the commercial vehicle being parked in their driveway, or both, if you can just clarify.
In actual fact, the operator of this vehicle has in fact parked his truck in a neighbor's driveway while the neighbor was away, and this wasn't with the knowledge and approval of that particular individual. I don't know if that answers your question.
So your concern is both for commercial parking on the street as well as in a
Yes,
driveway?
and it does lower the value of property, of the property. It also is quite noisy. You know, sometimes he's backing in and out. You hear the beeping noise. And at one time, when he was parked there overnight, he would get a call, and you know, he'd be backing up, and you'd hear this beeping in the middle of the night. He doesn't park there overnight. He just really during the day.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Seeing no more questions, all in favor of receipt and refer? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, sir. I do appreciate you coming out, you and your wife. Council will move to the consent agenda. Is there anything that you would like pulled from last week's meeting? If you hit your button, Councillor Gartner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like C8.
C8. Okay.
Excuse me. I might be confused here. So C1 is the GC report?
I'm sorry?
General Commit GC, that I need number 1 pulled. So I need number 1 pulled to discuss the Rs from that agenda.
I'm sorry? You just asked for C1.
Well, I'm trying to pull, I forgot to pull C8 last week at the general committee meeting, but there are also some R items from last week's GC.
That's fine.
So if I just pull C1, is that fine? Or do you want to know all
No,
of?
specific, please.
Thank you. Then I need R1 for a question, R3, R4, and R6.
Okay, thank you.
I just could say there's a mistake on the new business motion, but the clerk has assured me that it's a technical error kind of correction.
Anyone else? All right, I have I have R1, R3, R4, R6 from the consent, from last week's agenda under C1, is that correct? I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. And C8. Councillor Thompson?
Mayor Dodd, I'd like to pull R2, the logo for the armory.
Okay. Councillor Gartner?
Thank you. I have a comment about R11 as well.
I'm sorry?
I have a comment about R11.
Okay. So it's just, I'll come back to you in a sec. Is there anyone else has anything that they would like to move to the regular agenda? Seeing none, Councillor Gartner, your question on R11 or a comment?
You don't want to go in order of the agenda?
Well, the others are going to move to the regular agenda. Do you want to move this to the regular agenda? Or you said you had a comment or a question?
I can make my comment on R11. We were talking about the report from York Region about their I believe it was their 10-year plan. Mr. Muno can correct me if I'm wrong, their 10-year plan for their road improvements. And we were discussing the St. John's side road or lack of it exit. But I have another comment. They are not intending to widen Wellington Street. And I was on Wellington on Friday. No, it wasn't a weekend. So it must have been Thursday. And there was a train crossing and the cars were backed up almost to John West Way from what I can see in my rearview mirror. And by 2025, which is in less than 10 years, we're going to have trains coming and going every 7 minutes. So I don't know what the solution is, but I would have thought that the region would be attending to, and I think we'll probably have the same problem with Center Street. I mean, I think we need to, either as a council or at the regional level, we need to figure this out because we are going to have amazing traffic problems on Wellington and Center.
This is a little more than a comment, but the process is actually underway. It's already started, the environmental assessment for the grade separation. at Wellington and the tracks. So I think, well, let's move this to the regular agenda, because this is just for comments at this point.
Okay, thanks.
May I please have a motion to accept the items not requiring separate discussion? Councillors Humphrey and Tom, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Is there any particular item that those in the gallery may wish us to move forward for immediate discussion? We could move forward the two motions because they're really they're here to make sure that we do a good job. But they're not armed. I don't think. Are they armed? Would someone care to move those two motions forward? If not, we'll just carry on. Yeah, the two that we have two delegates. Councillor Humphreys, Councillor Thompson, all in favor? Opposed? Let's move the two motions forward that the two delegates were speaking to. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor Abel, if I may turn the chair over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we have a notice of motion. Actually, we have two from Mayor Daw. It's my role to take the chair. So, Mayor Daw, would you care to put your motion on the table?
Put the first one, which is the commercial vehicle, on. Put that on the table, sir.
Commercial, and I'll look for a seconder. The commercial vehicle. Councillor Humphrey, second. Mayor Daw, would you care to introduce?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This has been an issue that's actually been ongoing for quite a while. Last term, as I recall, so around 2013, 14, and then, quite frankly, I thought it had gone away. Then I had conversations with the Nolans again, and it's still an issue. And I know it's an issue in other areas of town. So really, when I'm just, I had this discussion with our manager of bylaw enforcement, and she was suggesting that the best way is for her to have direction from council to see what the art of the possible is in this. So I'm really just asking for staff to look into this and see how we may address it.
I'm looking for comments. Go in order. Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing this forward. I also had a conversation with our director, and as it stands now, I think there's a 2 or 3 hour parking limit. In any case, they're allowed, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Van Leeuwen.
Through you, the bylaw states that commercial vehicles cannot be parked on our public highways, including residential streets, in excess of 3 hours. So provided that they move the vehicle, then every 3 hours, there is no violation.
Thank you. And the other issue is the home business, and I believe that zone allows to have home businesses, but maybe they don't distinguish. Maybe it needs to be distinguished between what kind of home business is allowed, although I think we do that. Anyway, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Van Leeuwen.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Oh, it's on. Home occupation in various residential zones is specified, so it has to be listed as a permitted use. With respect to parking of commercial vehicles, it's also provision within the zoning bylaw. Parking of commercial vehicles on residential driveways is regulated through the zoning bylaw, so parking on the street is regulated by our parking bylaw. Parking in the driveway is regulated through the zoning bylaw.
And home business is regulated through the zoning bylaw?
That's correct, and again, it needs to be listed as a permitted use in that particular zone.
Thank you. And I mean, this is happening in various parts of town. It's happening in the south part of town. We discussed it before or during the last election process. So I thank you very much for having another look at this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Ms. Van Leeuwen. Ms. Van Leeuwen, will this also include that 3-hour time limit and looking at how that can be structured and how that can be changed? Because if we're just looking at the definition and looking at changing the definition, I don't think that that's going to solve the bigger issue and the bigger problem of the fact that the commercial vehicle can still be parked there for 3 hours, and as long as they just move it slightly, then they won't get ticketed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we will be looking at those provisions. We've had a preliminary discussion with operations, bylaw, and engineering staff, our new traffic analysts, and we have put this on our work plan to address this situation.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's great, and I'm looking forward to seeing the report come back with some solutions on how we can correct this problem. Thank you.
Councillor Perry?
Thank you. Through you to, well, I'm not going to direct anybody. My concern with this, I always have a concern whenever we are creating new policy for what to me seems like a 1 or 2 person issue. I'm happy to move forward on looking at a new definition, but I would err that in restricting commercial vehicles, we might be going a little bit too far. So it depends entirely on what the definition is. But if a general contractor parks in his driveway or moves to the street, you know, I don't want to be too restrictive on somebody who has a business, and that would technically be, I believe, a commercial vehicle because it's being used for commercial purposes. What happens with any cars that have logos on them? Because you know, there are some elder care businesses where they're driving around in cars with logos that are clearly cars for commercial use. So I'm happy to get some information back, but I do have concerns that we might be over legislating for a smaller problem than there actually might be.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. You know, similar to Councillor Peary, I just want to make sure that when it does come back, there's a balance struck. I think there are situations that are extreme where, you know, as suggested by the delegate, but at the same time, there are many residents who, you know, they maybe have their trade or general contractor have their own business, and they have a van or a truck or whatever, and it's not necessarily disruptive. They just, that's their home and so forth. So I just want to make sure that while we're looking through this, that we're cognizant of the various levels that are out there, and that the report comes back with a bit of a, you know, a distinction between all of the different types of commercial vehicles and the impact to the residential community. I know when we went through the whole parking issue around Town Park, you know, sometimes we respond to a situation, and then next thing we know, we find ourselves still dealing with the situation, but on a new level, and I just want to make sure that this doesn't occur here.
Thank you. Councillor Marakis?
Didn't Councillor Humphreys? Would you not?
It was set.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to kind of elaborate a little bit on the points by Councillor Thompson and Councillor Perry, and while I appreciate that, I don't think anyone around this table is looking to stop any small business owner, and I understand we're looking at changing the definition, Councillor Perry, but I don't think we're looking at restricting pickup trucks or vans, or we're talking about actual flatbed trucks. We're talking about that's where my issue falls within. Is that flatbed truck or a truck with a salter attached to it that sits on the street overnight, or a truck with a plow on the front of it that sits on the street all night, and is hampering all the residents within that neighborhood. And so I think that we need to look at that, and some of those don't fit within the definition currently, because I've had these conversations with staff. So I think that's why we need to look at this and look at cleaning up the definition. It's not to restrict or hurt or penalize anyone. It's to look at cleaning up our policies. And I think that it's time that we do that, because a lot of these policies are outdated and old, just similar to our zoning bylaw, which we cleaned up and made new. So that's what we should be doing.
Thank you. And we seem to have peaked a few more councillors here. We have Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing this motion forward. You know, even though as a proportion of residential units in our town, this is not a huge, far-reaching issue, but for those who are impacted, it is, for them, it does impact the quality of their life, or at least their perception of it. I think, you know, I hope that when staff comes back with the report in terms of the definition, it's not just about the size of the truck. I hope it's also about the senses, because if it's just a matter of, you know, we see, you know, I'm a foodie myself, and when you see the food trucks out there, and these food trucks, you know, they do have owners and they do live in homes, and some of them live in low-rise homes, and they park in their driveways, and I don't want to restrict their ability to make a living. And if it's just a matter of neighbors not wanting to visually see the truck, I think that's a little bit going overboard, because it's just a visual thing, and I don't think that really hurts the impact of your life living in your house. But if it's as the resident who presented earlier, if it's a noise violation and it's causing disruption of sleeping patterns or anything of that nature, I could see that as a valid point. So I hope that staff will kind of look at the difference in terms of visual, you know, audio, the noise, and just the ability of you to enjoy your own property. And there are certain businesses that requires that these commercial vehicles be parked in driveway, like food trucks. So I hope that those are things that will be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, and all good points. And the one that I would like to add is where on the street the truck might be placed, because the resident that I was communicating with during the election, it was on a bend in the road, and so the truck was obstructing the sight lines for oncoming vehicles, and also in this case they were concerned about the children crossing the road. So that's, if you'd add that to your list, thank you.
Councillor Perry.
I'd just like to point out, nowhere in Mayor Dawes' motion does it explicitly talk about flatbed trucks. It just talks about commercial vehicles, period. And I appreciate why Mayor Daw brought this forward. All I'm doing is advocating for prudence and to not create an overarching document without, you know, contemplating all of the changes that could impact. Like I said, I'll vote in favor of this, but I think you can have a measured response to this issue that suits everyone in a much better fashion than it is now.
And if I could just add before I'll let the mayor conclude, but there seems to be a gap in the parking, and I'm very sympathetic, because we've heard from a number of residents of people parking their commercial trucks regularly. Not only that, they seem to be able to move it overnight every 3 hours. Very, very adept at moving, and I think it should be addressed. And so I'm in favor of moving forward with this. And Mr. Mayor, I'll give you the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments, and I appreciate their concern, and that's why whenever possible, I'd like to hear back from staff as to what's the most effective way to implement something like this, because obviously many of these things are driven by one or two instances. There's a lot of things that we have to take into account when we look at these things, so I do appreciate, and I had that discussion with both Ms. Van Leeuwen and Ms. Eady, so they will take that into account, I'm sure, as we move forward in this, so thank you very much, sir.
Seeing no further comments, I'll ask for a vote. And are we using our high technical pads here? Yes, we are. Okay. All right, well, that passes unanimously, Mayor Daw. And we're going to your second notice of motion. I'll ask for you to put the motion on. I'll look for a seconder.
I'll move as is.
Seconded, Councillor Gardner. Mayor Dahl, would you care
Thank
to?
you very much, Mr. Chair. And for those of my fellow colleagues, that's redundant, isn't it? Those colleagues who managed to come to the menorah lighting in December, it was a very special event. And I thank Rabbi Hecht, who got in touch with me a couple of weeks prior to that to discuss the opportunity to do this. As Councillor Gartner has mentioned when she was had a comment for the rabbi, is that we definitely are changing in terms of the cultural diversity in our town, and this is one way to celebrate that cultural diversity, and I think it's also a way for us to become familiar with cultures that perhaps we are less than familiar with, and the greater familiarity we have, the greater understanding we have of those diverse cultures, the more understanding I believe that we will all become. So I think this is just a way to do that. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I'll look for comments. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And there was a motion, a diversity motion that was passed by council, and it talked about communicating various celebrations that various ethnic groups or religions were going to be holding. So if there's anybody who's listening or who's living in town and would like to approach council about celebrating their special holiday, we may not be able to do something as grand as the menorah lighting, which was quite a feat given the wind that night and the height of the ladder, Mr. Mayor. But I mean, this is sending a message that we're open to knowing about the diversity in Aurora.
Don't see any other comments. I welcome this. I think it's just great that we would celebrate and our diversity that our community has. So I'm in full support of this, and I thank Mayor Dahl and Rabbi Hecht for bringing this forward. All right, we'll call a vote, and we'll use the and that's unanimous, and that concludes my temporary chair duties, and I'll pass the chair back to Mayor Dahl.
Thank you very much, Councillor Abel. Council, we'll move on to the agenda, and you're welcome to stay. It gets even more riveting than it has been already. We are going to move, first of all, to our regular agenda, then we'll come back to the items which were moved forward. So we'll go to R1 from tonight, which is the updated design for Library Square. Item 1, someone care to put that on the floor, please? Councilor Maracas, is there a second, please? I'm sorry? Yeah, I'm going to go to the clerk.
Through Mayor Dodd, council could make an amendment to the staff recommendation as well.
Councillor Thompson?
Based on the staff recommendation in front of us, I'm happy to put option 2 forward for clause 3.
Seconded by Councillor Maracas.
Do you need a seconder for the original motion?
No, we're good.
Okay.
So we have option, the option that would be then for $1,077,500, correct? Thank you. That is what is on the floor. May I have speakers, please? Seeing none, shall I call the vote? Mr. Clerk?
No, through Mayor Dodd, the motion that was put on the floor is the motion with the clause, or excuse me, option B inserted. So we'll just change that and get the right one on the screen.
So we're good. Speakers, please. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My preference would be to do it all at once, so that's why I'm in favor of option B. I don't think it makes sense to break up the project. We've seen that when you break up projects, it always gets more expensive in the long run. So, yeah, my preference is option B.
Thank you. Councillor Abel, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. I'll sort of repeat what I had mentioned before about the Library Square, and my comment was on the location of the design, and that was that it would be on the parking lot area, which I'll call the west part of the, and my comment was that on the east side, on Victoria, would be a bigger, more suitable area for a civic square. And at that time, I've been told that that's not possible because the new community facility is going to be put adjacent to the cultural center. And so, again, my comment here is the community facility, what are the uses for it? And why does it have to go at that spot? Why couldn't we consider it at the north part where the parking lot is and then maintain the library parking lot as it is? And there's no studies or feasibility or anything to suggest that this is the best way to go, apart from the designer who said that, in his opinion, this was the best place for it. And I'm not in favor of moving it. I asked that we could have an option to consider another rendering to show the differences, because they are quite stark in contrast. And the impression I'm getting is that the cultural center is all in favor of having the facility, and I can see why, because it would probably expand their what they're doing with their activities, but there's no real outline exactly what that facility is going to be. So in my opinion, we should have a study or a feasibility study outlining what that community center would be and why it should be located at the cultural center. I'd like to know what that relationship is. And we know that we will hear from the other councillors, and they'll all say that we've exhausted ourselves in studies and programs, and I do agree with that comment. We have known since, for almost 20 years, what programs we want, but what would the facility look like, and could it, would it have the museum, would it have performing arts, would it have visual media sort of screens, much like you see in other civic centers, and that we haven't even had a chance to look at. And I think we are shortchanging ourselves in not at least exploring something along those lines. And then we could decide. The pluses of going on Victoria Street, of course, it's a bigger square, it's a bigger area. It does connect right into the cultural precinct, the town park, etc. You could put some underground parking under there, and you could incorporate the Victoria Hall as part of your programming facility. And so I just don't see why it has to be with the cultural center unless there is a study or a demand from the cultural center that has identified why they need to expand. And they could say it's too small, we need to expand, this is what we want to do, but we've not heard anything from the cultural center. And so my point is why could we not explore a second option and have a review or peer review of what this is? We're going full ahead with $1 million for a design that is putting that facility beside the cultural center. And in closing, this council, this town has supported the cultural center. They have been granted a beautiful renovation. They get a great grant every year from us. And in my opinion, when you're doing something of this scope, you're trying to do it for the good of the community. And I think that the cultural center could they shouldn't come to the front of the line again when we're doing something. They should let the community express what they have to consider. So I'm really, my comment was from before, and it remains the same. We should have a second rendering, a second drawing, and we should explore why it is that this building has to be joined to the cultural center.
Thank you very much, Councillor Abel. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. First, I want to appreciation to the planning partnership as well as all members of council for the continual feedback with regards to the design. I think, we see before us another revision addressing some of the issues that have been brought up over the last few meetings. I would assume that as we continue to move through, if this gets approved, a detailed design process, that those refinements will continue on again as well, taking into the comments and consideration of all. Similar to the comments of Councillor Perry earlier, I'm in favor of the motion before us. I think there is cost savings in doing the project all at once. I think it also minimizes the disruption to the neighborhood as opposed to doing it in a two-phased approach. It ties in nicely. I mean, we're moving forward on the cultural precinct concept. You have Niagara College and all the work that's being done at the Armory at one end, and now we have Library Square at the other. And so I look forward to hearing the rest of the comments around the table and hopefully seeing this come to fruition. It's been a long time coming.
Thank you. Councillor Gartner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a long time coming, but just because of that, we shouldn't be rushing any part of the process. And with respect to the design of the Library Square and related Church Street School expansion, we don't even know what we want to put into that expanded building. We don't want to know if there might be a concert space that would need certain kinds of acoustics, a certain kind of design. We don't know if we're going to allow any community use space or what the library's part is going to be in this, because it's going to be 12,000 square feet, and I'm sure the library will, I can't speak for the library, and I don't see anybody here from the library, but the library may have ideas about how they want to use this space. I don't think we can go ahead and do a design for a building that we haven't decided what we want to do with, because that will partly dictate the design. With respect to, I'm looking at the planning partnership letter, and I think they've done a really great job to date, especially with what our experience was in the past. But they're talking about renovations. We don't know. Well, first of all, if you look at option B, the addition is $6,000, and the atrium and connection is, sorry, $6 million, and the atrium and connection is $2.5 million. Really? It's almost half the price of the whole building. So I need to know, is it just going to be a beautiful link, or is it going to be like it is in the Mars building, where there's tables, there's activity, there's people using it? Like, what are we going to get for $2.5 million? Frankly, I really think that we are moving too fast on this, and we are at a council meeting. We haven't even had a chance to discuss what we want to see in that building and what we want it to look like. Do we, is it going to be a modern building? Is it going to be reflecting the heritage? I'm actually alarmed, and I can't possibly vote for this, even though I really appreciate that our director from the Cultural Center has come here tonight, and I'm on the Cultural Center board, and I want the best for the Cultural Center, but I also want the best for the community and possibly the library, and I can't believe that we would go ahead with a design when we don't really know, we haven't discussed at this table what exactly we want to see in that building.
Thank you, Councillor Gartner. Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Daw, and I'm glad that we are moving forward with Library Square. I was absent at the December meeting, and I certainly was in favor of the kind of lower square concept, and obviously that was what passed council at that time. And I'm also excited to see some of the revisions that have been made in terms of, you know, access to Yonge and all the rest of it, and some of the parking modifications to address the concerns of those residents that came out at that meeting. I guess a point of clarification, I know it's, you know, the planning partnership documents refer to the Church Street School as the cultural center, but it really is the Church Street School. It houses the museum. It houses the cultural center. So there was comments about, you know, certain groups getting put into the front of the line. You know, we're expanding a municipal building called the Church Street School. It happens to house the Aurora Cultural Center. It also houses the Aurora Museum. So I don't see it as an expansion of the cultural center. I mean, that might be semantics, but I think that we have to be clear on that distinction. We are expanding the Church Street School. We're not expanding the cultural center. So I am glad that we are moving forward on Library Square, and I feel like obviously the component parts of the square will be different if we decide not to move forward with an expansion of the Church Street School, or if we do decide to move forward with an expansion of the Church Street School. I agree with Councillor Peary and Councillor Thompson that you know, making our decision and moving forward with it all at once will save money, depending on either way that we go. If we're just going to reface the Church Street School to the square, or if we're going to put on a full-blown expansion. But I agree with Councillor Gardner. I think that, you know, having looked at this, I think it would have been preferable for this to come to a committee meeting, so that we could have had more than our meeting tonight to discuss some of the goals that council has with respect to the new addition or not. I'm in favor of an expansion of the Church Street School, but its scope and size and certainly budget is something that's important to discuss. So, you know, we're asking for an increased purchase order of $1 million to go through the design process. Now, is that design process, is there going to be, how much room do we get for that $1 million, right? I mean, what do we get out of the design? Are we going to what input do we get to put in as a council and as a community into that design? So perhaps the CAO could go through the process moving forward if what's on the floor gets passed.
Mr. CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The process from this point forward would entail getting together, I apologize for my voice, and it's going to go in and out. Sorry. The process going forward would be to consult with the broader community about the various uses that could be accommodated by the expansion. So we expect multiple partners at the table to have those discussions, and it may involve the transfer of some existing uses that are in the current Church Street School, and so we would look at the whole package of space that's available and come back to council with a layout of how everything would be impacted by the addition.
Thank you. So there is going to be further input into the design moving forward. I mean, obviously. So, you know, like I said, I agree with Councillor Gardner. I think this should have probably come to a committee first. It hasn't. It's here, and yeah, you know, we have further councillors wishing to speak. I'm in favor of moving forward, but I still haven't made up my mind, so I think I'll hear what they have to say first.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Marcus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, I also would like to commend Planning Partnership for the work that they've done. I mean, as we see from the new alterations, they've come up with even more spaces within there. So it's constantly developing and becoming more and more attractive to the concerns and issues for the library, the cultural center, and some of the main stakeholders within the area that we heard when we approved this design. You know, the way I look at it is similar to Councillor Perry and Councillor Thompson, and I think it's fiscally responsible of us to do it at the same time. It's the best cost benefits to do it all at once. We know we want extra community space, and the way I read this, and through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. CAO, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if we approve this, we're saying that we want that 12,000 square foot, 2-floor structure, and that's what they're going to be designing with an atrium that's attaching it to the Church Street School. And not necessarily the programming, and as you said, and as I read in the agenda, under the item, it speaks to the next steps, and it speaks to the fact that staff will be working with the stakeholders, as you mentioned, and moving forward and looking at what that community space will be used for, and then coming, as you said, coming back to council. So am I correct in that statement through you, Mr. Chair, that right now, if we approve this, that the planning partnership will be looking at what the exterior of that 12,000 square foot 2-story building would look like?
Mr. CAO?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that is correct. And we'd be taking the direction from council that they are interested in proceeding with the addition at the same time as the other renovations. So we would set up a parallel process to begin the detailed design work first for the lower atrium, not initially for the building right away, because we would look at the uses in case those uses did have some impact on the design. We can't assume that it's just 2 blank floors, so we'd want to get part the way into that process of establishing ultimately what the uses are going to be for the combined 2 buildings and bring that back to council, at which case the formal detailed design for that part of the site would commence.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. CAO. And I mean, yeah, and that's the way I read it. And I think if you read through the agenda, that's the way it comes across. So, you know, I'm fully in support of moving forward. I think the fact that we've already approved the design, we already approved the design that has a extension. And I agree with Councillor Tom. Just because the wording is it's an extension to the Aurora Cultural Center or Church School, however you want to say it, the community programming that goes in there and what we decide is going to come from this council. It's not necessarily tied to the cultural center or to the library or to for all we know, there could be a theater in there. And I think that's what staff is going to continuously work on with the planning partnership and with the stakeholders and with the residents of this town. But I do think that if we're going to do it, and we heard from everyone that if you're going to do it, let's do it right. And I think the right way to do any construction project is to do it all at once, not to do it in pieces. Because when you do it in pieces, that's when you run into problems, and we've seen it time and time again.
Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in favor of the motion. I would like to proceed with this and continue on. I don't want to see a perpetual construction site longer than it should be. And, I do understand that people want to pause and reflect and plan and cross all the T's and the I's and make sure that all the residents contribute and everyone's ideas are put forward. But I'm reminded of Newton's first law of gravity that states that an object at rest will remain at rest, and an object in motion will remain at motion until acted upon by an external outside force. And why I think of that is because when a project, from my experience, when it slows down or comes to a stop, it takes a huge amount of force or energy to really get it going again. Sometimes it doesn't. And so we have this momentum. So let's continue on with this momentum, because oftentimes when there is momentum, when a project is moving at a good speed, everyone's ideas, because there's a sense of, I don't like to say urgency, because we're not rushed to do this, and we don't have to do this in a rush, but there's a sense in our minds that let's create some ideas, because our minds, if we know that we have a lot of time, chances are our mind's going to take a lot of time. And so I just like to, and so I harken back at Newton's first law that, we need to keep this momentum going. And as this momentum continues, more ideas will come. And as Councillor Tom mentioned, I agree that, there's nothing here that states that this is going to be part of the cultural center necessarily. If it is, that's great. But there's a lot of uses that we can put to this space, and it can include, the cultural center or the library or Theatre Aurora or Bridge Club or senior center. It could be a lot of uses. And so just creating the space and the momentum, I think, is important. And, you know, this atrium kind of reminds me of BC Place, or now I think it's called Brookfield Place, where they have a nice atrium. You have the old and the new coming together, and you could have, exhibits going on and the natural flow of the light that's coming in from outside. There's a lot of things, and I'm really excited about it. So I'll be in favor of moving forward with this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in favor of this motion tonight. I'm actually really excited. I don't believe that I need to go to a GC. I think this is the right process. We've already been over everything so many times. The concept is just being a little more refined tonight, and we're having two options before us for each of us to think about and put forth their best selection. And for me, it's definitely to do all at one time. And I just think we need to move forward. We have to keep going. Anytime we stall, I think it'll go right back to what's happened over the last 12, 13, 14 years in this area. We've got to this point. I believe the concept is incredible. It's exciting. And I'm looking forward to seeing it come through.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. I always appreciate the physics lessons
Yeah.
we get.
They were
It's
good.
awesome. I'm in favor of moving forward. I don't think anyone looks at the prices or the money we spend lightly. I think we have to look at the long range. I think we have to look at what we're trying to create here.
Yeah.
I agree with the concept of disruption. We should go in and do it once, not multiple times, because we also get to use it more quickly. I appreciate Councillor Gartner's sticker shock on the price of the atrium. Totally different construction. It's framing and glass and becomes a very expensive way to do that. But if you want a great example, just go upstairs to the third floor, to the Skylight Gallery.
It's beautiful.
And what a fabulous opportunity that has been for, as an example, local artists to display their work.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the Air Cadets met earlier. So I think with a little creativity in how that gets put together, that could be another fabulous display space for art, for music, for whatever we might have. And I think it would also add quite a wow factor to the whole facility. So I do support it. And like I say, I don't want to repeat what my colleagues have said. So I will now go back for a second time. I've got Councillors Peary, Gartner, Thompson. Councillor Peary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to state that I hate myself for having to clarify this. However, Newton's first law of thermodynamics says that an object at rest, it will stay at rest. Newton's law of gravity was what goes up must come down. So now that we've had that clarification, I think we need to reflect on how we got to the renovation on the leisure complex. There was a decision made around the council table that we're going to put an addition onto that building. We went out to design. There were multiple options that were presented back to us. We chose an option, we moved forward. I think this process is exactly the same. With all due respect to Councillor Abel, he's the only person around this table who has advocated for and who continues to advocate for a new separate building. I think that the decision's already been made that we're going to put something beside the building, and despite the fact that Councillor Abel would like to see a new design with the building separated, it's important to remember that we make a decision as a council. And so it's not about what I specifically would like to see or what I specifically would not like to see. It's what motions have been made around the council table, what direction have we given to staff, and the direction that we've given loud and clear is that we're going to move forward with an addition to this building, not two separate buildings. So, I appreciate that Councillor Abel continues to advocate for his position. There are times that I've continued to advocate for my position. I still think Mavernack Park was a bad decision. But with that said, we need to move forward, and we need to recognize that, you know, council's made a decision, and the failure to recognize that we've made a decision, that we're moving forward on something, voice opinions, voice disagreements, I think that's good. I think that's needed around the table. It's not right for a council to always agree on matters. But, you know, I stated before, I think that this is the right option. Now, with regards to timing, I do agree with Councillor Gartner that, you know, it's a little bit unorthodox in our systems to be getting a report like this at a council. I would be fine to defer this for one cycle so we can look at it at a GC, so that, you know, come the first cycle in February, we make a decision. But I'm not sure what's going to be accomplished in that. Because like we've said, you know, this decision is to move forward on a design, and to have comments around the table that we shouldn't move forward with the design because we don't know what the design is going to be. I think that's not recognizing what we're doing here, and that's to find out what the design will be, to find out what the options will be. We need to go through this process. Can I get confirmation through you, Mr. Mayor? I know it's already been asked, but I want to make, I almost swore. I would like to make sure that we're going to have public consultation throughout the design process.
Mr. Nadeau-Brosny.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there will be an opportunity for public consultation.
And I guess through you, either to Mr. Nadeau-Brosny or Mr. Downey, will the previous reports that have been created and the previous use of spaces that have been requested for this site be used to help determine what types of elements will be coming to any public consultations?
Sir.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that'll be our starting point, is the advice we've already received about the uses that should be accommodated by this kind of expansion. So we talk to those parties first and see about what their needs are and what can be accommodated, and bring back a plan that would ultimately also be consulted with the public on.
And last but not least, I think we all heard around the table the resounding need for additional community space when we were looking at taking down the old library and senior center. So for anybody to say that we don't know what kind of space is needed, I think we all heard loud and clear the type of space that's needed.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following on that, I agree with the last sentence that Councillor Peary said. We know that the cultural center wants and needs more space. We know that the library wants and needs more space. We know that the museum wants and needs more space. We know that the community groups need more space. We can go out and pay a consultant to do more consultation. That's fine. But really, I think at this point it's a council decision. We already know what the community wants. So to me, I just find it very strange that we're delegating what I see to be our responsibility to finally decide what's going to be there to a consultant and another public process. The second thing is, we are agreeing to spend $1 million. We are agreeing to spend it at a council meeting before it's come to general committee. I strongly object to that. That, to me, that is not respectful to the public's money. It is not, I've written it down, excuse me. To me, that is not fiscally responsible. $1 million in one fell swoop is not fiscally responsible to decide at one meeting of council. I'm going to look forward to the recorded vote on this.
Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. To that point, is it possible that we can get an outline as to why the report wasn't put on the committee meeting first from staff? Is it just the timing of the report, or?
I'll go to Mr. Nadeau-Russell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there was a timing consideration with the closed meeting item that we had to deal with last week, so that had to be dealt with first. And so we couldn't put both on the agenda at the same time without some resolution to the closed matter last week.
Right.
Councillor?
Because the timelines are tight on this project, and that's what's the challenge we have with this. To delay the decision for another 2 weeks. But, it's a shame because I support the process and I support the design in principle. And I agree that an expansion to the Church Street School, for all the reasons that members of council have stated, is a good thing. But I can't help but agree partially with Councillor Gartner that, especially with a decision of this magnitude, that the proper, or the usual process is followed. Obviously, this is still proper, but that this come to a general committee meeting for more discussion, more options for community delegation. So it puts us in a pretty difficult position where those of us who support the project are forced to make a very quick decision, especially with, as Councillor Gartner pointed out, quite a lot of money. So I would be in favor of looking at this for a first cycle in February. But I don't think I'm in favor of moving forward with it tonight. Well, I'll move a motion to defer till the first cycle of February.
Councillor Peary seconding that. Speaking to the motion to defer for till next week. Correct, Councillor? Councillor Tom? Defer to next week, correct? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, one cycle. Speaking to the deferral, Councillors Gartner, Humphrey, Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's no good just to defer it. We need to know what we want from staff. We should have a compilation of all the information we've heard to date about, in point form, from the library, from the museum, from the cultural center, from the groups that have come to us. We also, I still have a question about parking. Through Mr. Mayor, to you, Mr. Mayor, we were going to have this kind of extra drive at the front of the library, this kind of drive-through area. They were going to create an extra lane at the front of the library, I think. To the deferral. Okay, that's not to the amendment. Sorry. Well, I still have more questions. So, and I don't know if I have questions that I won't ask till next time, just still about the public and the accessible parking and other things. But we have to give staff clear direction about what they want them to come back with. Sometimes we don't do that, and it's confusing. So I've already said what I would like to see come back, and also I would like to know, with respect to the deferral and what's suggested here, an atrium is a terrible energy user. The atrium upstairs makes the third floor really hot in the summer, and it affects the costs of our cooling for the whole of the town hall.
Councillor
It's
Tom.
not to the
Councillor Peary?
deferral.
To the deferral.
You'll get, yes. To the deferral, please. Got it. Councillor Gartner? Okay, thank you. Sorry. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm okay with deferring. I wasn't initially, but if it's going to deter some of the councils around the table from voting in favor because they appreciate the concept and the project moving forward, but they need some time to have discussion in GC and have some additional information, I would rather wait a week or two and get everything back on track. I don't feel we need to do that, but I don't want this to stop here, because that could be just about the worst thing that can happen. We've come so far. So for me personally, I don't want to take that risk. I don't know how the vote will show up tonight on the deferral, but I'm afraid if we go back to the first and this fails, what happens? So I'm really worried about that piece at this moment. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do agree with Councillor Humphreys in that for a project of this scale, it is important that we have a general consensus amongst council to, they're clapping for me?
No doubt.
It is important to have, to bring as many people on board, because that's where the joy and fun is when we're all together in on a project. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Ramuno, I'm not sure if Councillor Tom asked earlier, but would we be set back by delaying this or just contemplating this for another 2 weeks?
Mr. Ramuno, I apologize.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Of course, we would have to wait for council's direction to proceed with planning partnership and the ongoing discussions, I believe, with our stakeholders. So it would be a couple-week delay in moving forward.
Okay. Thank you. And also, just because we have that $1.08 million figure there, it doesn't mean that that 1.08 is all going to be spent. There's still going to be due diligence. We're still going to have a conversation around this table in terms of how that money will be spent. We're just allotting that amount. It may only cost $900,000, or it may cost a little bit more, but certainly, there's those of us around the table that would like maybe a little bit more detail and and a breakdown of that figure. If the majority of my colleagues would like an extra cycle, I'm fine with that. I don't think 2 weeks is that big a deal. But I am personally comfortable with moving forward, because this is not, it's not like we're just going to be spending 1.1. It just means that we're putting that available should we need that much. Thank you.
I'll go to Mr. Nader Rosny.
Through Mr. Mayor, just further to Mr. Ramuno's comments, just want to explain the context for the delay. The way the report is presented is because there's two different design paths. If there's no secondary building, then the planners will move ahead with a design that incorporates basically exposing the Church Street School and building an interface to the lower level, assuming no build on. And conversely, if you know you want to have the extra building, then the design would be very different, because you're now not trying to integrate that old building and just sort of unburying it and trying to latch it onto the lower the lower level, excuse me. So that's why not much can happen until we at least get clarification from council as to whether you're going ahead with an expansion at this time, or whether you want to just do something that doesn't include the expansion. So it's hard for us to move forward. I mean, yes, they can sort of play at the library end of the square and start some design work, and we've got a little bit of money left to do that, so it wouldn't be a full stop, but the real sort of quantum leap comes with the council's decision as to whether or not that other building wants to be built at the same time that the major construction goes on.
Okay. So then, given the clarification by Mr. CAO, I would be all for moving ahead with this now, and I would be against the amendment, because what we're voting for is not necessarily the monies involved, but we're voting on, do we want an addition to the cultural center, or aka another building, or are we not? The figure is just an X factor that we're putting in there. It happens to be 1.08, it could be $500,000, but if we're voting on essentially which path we're going to be taking, it seems like it was clear around the table that we do need more community space, which is what this future building will be. And so I don't think we should be concerned about the money, because whatever we build is going to be more than 1.08 million. And so I'd be against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. I've got Councillor Thompson, Gartner, Abel Rackus.
You know, I understand and I appreciate the comments of my colleagues around the table and their concerns with regards to the process. You know, but I don't agree with it. For myself, I'd like to move forward. You know, this is certainly a major item, one that we've worked all term towards, and we're also we were also elected to make decisions, and I think this is one of those decisions that needs to be made to move the project forward. I look at myself and I think to myself, how will 2 weeks affect my decision making? And I don't see it, because I still believe firmly that the best way to move forward is with the design of the complete square, including the expansion. And so I think that those 2 weeks may not seem like a lot, but at the same time, as far as I know, the stakeholders, community players, the library, the cultural center, they're all eager to begin the discussion about what's going to be in that space, how is it all going to work. And I think that for myself, I'd like to see us move forward as soon as possible on that. There are already a number of checks and balances within the report. Within the next steps, it talks about if getting approval, that's the next stage to do that. And then once a program is established, then a budget will be determined and it'll come back to council. We still have ultimate approval. There'll still be more opportunities to weigh into this, but I don't see the 2 weeks making a difference in the final decision. I respect the concerns around the process, but at the end of the day, we were elected to make these kind of decisions.
Councillor Abel Rackus, and then I'll come back to Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's interesting that we had this same process in 2013, where staff recommended that we demolish and put a design forward, and we deferred for 5 months while we explored with Seneca an incubation hub at the old library. 5 months. And then in January of 2014, they came back and Seneca said that they weren't going to do it, and we decided not to do anything. And now we find ourselves January 2018, where we have to get this going. Yeah, we're in a rush. We're darn right we're in a rush, because we could have done this before. We were at this stage in 2015. Then we delayed for the cultural precinct and to consider purchasing a property on Yonge Street, and so that held us. So there is no time to pause and reflect at this stage. We have to move forward, and we have to move forward quickly. So we are in a rush, and the fact that Councillor said here that we shouldn't be concerned about the money, we should be concerned about the money. You know, I appreciate that everyone wants to get this going or get this done, because we've delayed for 3.5 years. But the simple fact is our names aren't going to be on any plaques at the end of this. This is not going to be built. This shouldn't be about us saying we got this library square going. This is about doing it right. I noticed on the reports that the letter from Planning Partnership came on January 25th, so that would have been last Thursday. And I would state that that's why this came forward without general committee or any knowledge. You know, we don't have time to be consulting and doing this in the way that we should, and that's we should have just said that came too late for this cycle. And but we can, and we have shown that, well, we can push this forward, and we will, because we have to, and we don't have time. So my thought that we're going to put an addition onto the cultural center or the Church Street School, but it says here cultural center. This is not a great place to be building an old onto an old building. We know there's soil problems, and now we're going to put an expensive atrium on it. I've never heard.
Councillor Tom.
deferral? Is this the deferral?
Speaking to the deferral, please, Councillor Abel.
We should defer this, and furthermore, I think we should have a peer review of where we're going on this item. We're pushing planned partnership. We're pushing this and telling them what we should be doing with the design, and we need them to do it very quickly. And putting this addition on, however it was decided to do it, now it has to be completed with an atrium. And we should have a proper process when we're doing something like this. I'm in full agreement of deferring this item. Not for the 5 months that we did it before in 2013, and not for the 2.5 years while we did the cultural precinct, but just for a couple of weeks so that we can get process and we can get this out and have an evaluation, and we can think about this. I'm not convinced that an atrium in addition is the best route to go. And it's my opinion. I'm not saying we should pause or delay. I'm just thinking that what we should do what's best with the money and the resources that we have. And we have this huge tract of land. So I'm all in favor of deferring. And I think we should get a peer review and have another look at this design.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Councillor Marcus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be in favor of the deferral, and I'm sure that comes as no shock to anyone around the table. I think we have a approved design that this council approved 8 members to 1 in favor of moving forward with. I think we were all pretty much aware that moving forward with detailed designs would cost a considerable amount of money. And so I don't think that this should be sticker shock. I think that it should have been an understanding that this is probably how much roughly, I mean, give or take, it might have, in some people's minds, it might have been a slightly lower number, in some people's minds, it might have been a slightly higher number.
Okay,
But
I want to bring you back to...
and thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm explaining to why I don't feel that a deferral is necessary, because this was a design that we approved. So why would we defer something? Is it, to what Councillor Thompson said, is it going to change anyone's mind in 2 weeks of what we're going to do? What we're looking at in front of us, we've already approved. We're just saying, move forward now, continue forward. Why would we delay it? And delaying it for 2 weeks, when I'm hearing things like peer review, this and that, that's not 2 weeks. That's longer than 2 weeks. So, I mean, it just seems like some want to mothball this, but, you know, I think we need to move forward, continue. I don't think anyone's rushing. Once again, this is an approved design by this council. So I'll be against the deferral.
Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. I move the deferral because I don't want to get into what's proper, what's not proper, so I'm going to say our usual process. Our usual process is reports come to a general committee meeting, then they come to a council meeting. It not only gives council adequate time to review and discuss and debate matters of great substance that come before the town, it gives the public adequate time as well to not only be aware of items, but to contact their councillor with issues and with things that they have or support or whatever, that we can adequately represent their views. Now, I'm not trying to mothball the project. I wasn't at the December meeting. I'm in favor of the concept that was voted on at that meeting, even if I wasn't there to support it. You know, this came, as was pointed out, this report could have been on the agenda for the first cycle in February had staff decided that a GC would have been required and then a council meeting. The decision was made to put it on a council meeting without a GC. All I'm saying is that we defer this to the first cycle of February, not because I want to change my mind or change others' minds. I'm in favor of the concept and in favor of what was moved forward in December, but I just think that we respect the public when we make decisions in the usual way that we make them. Now, I'm not impugning members of council who aren't in favor of the deferral. That's just my opinion, that it wouldn't hurt for a project of this magnitude to have our usual process followed. So that's all I'll say. I mean, again, we're all at the will of council, and if council decides to move forward with the project and not defer, we'll have to vote on it at that time. But I just feel like, you know, again, with a project of this magnitude, following council's usual process for these things is a good thing.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tom. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was part of a council that had a member on council, on my council, and the time before. And what he kept saying was process, process, process. I agree 100% with Councillor Tom. Whether $1 million is a lot of money or not in the scheme of things, whether we should have been expecting this amount, a spend of $1 million should never come to a council meeting. It's against due process. And I have other things to ask if I will be permitted, although I think I spoke twice, so Councillor Perry can stop me if I'm out of order. I had suggested we look for a public partner. So if this is deferred, could that be?
Councillor Perry?
Can we just speak to the deferral?
Thank you. Councillor Gardner to the deferral, please.
Thank you. Let me try this again. If this is deferred for 2 weeks or for 1 week, could staff come back with the idea of looking for a public partner and what they might want to see in this building? That would be fiscally responsible if we can get a public partner to help us pay for this. And also, if it gets deferred, can staff come back with, we know what the asks are from the community groups. So can it come back and can council decide if we are going to put community use space in here? Because I'm not sure that that was agreed by all of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. I'm going to go to the Mr. Nader Rosny, excuse me, sir, and with respect to the public partner.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, some very preliminary inquiries have been made about public partnership or other participation towards the funding. I don't think it would be reasonable to expect that we would move the yardsticks much distance in a week on that issue. I mean, it's part of the process requires us to be a little more refined in the design before we can go out and really shop around for people to participate in the sponsorship. We need to know what's in there.
Councillor Tom for the second time.
Thank you, Mayor Dow. I'd just like to reiterate that the motion was to defer this report to the first cycle in February. There was no, there was no indications from my part that we were going to be adding things in or out or adding more studies or more staff reviews. This report, as is, referred or deferred to the first cycle in February. That's what the motion is. So, you know, I think we should just stick to talking to that. And if other councillors want to make amendments after we discuss this, we can do so.
Thank you, Councillor Tom. I'll wait for you to recover. I haven't spoken yet on the deferral. If you could explain briefly again about and certainly I do tend more towards the process side than not. But I can say that we rarely do this. This is fairly unique in what we're doing this evening. So, Mr. Nader Rosny, if you could speak to the process, why it came directly to council, and if you could explain what the ramifications might be to the project for effectively a 2-week delay.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me, from a process perspective, the direction we got in December on moving ahead was essentially this layout in terms of a building, and the decision was made with the lower plaza, and that depicted the building addition being added on. We were asked to consider some other alternatives with respect to parking and some different alignments, and we worked on that from the last council meeting up until last week, when in the closed session we did discuss with council some of the property issues and got direction from council on how to proceed and authority to continue with this design. It took us a few more days then for the planning partnership to turn around the drawing that you see here, which is a few days after the council meeting. And that just reflects the possibilities with respect to the land transfers that were contemplated and that we were only given direction from council on Tuesday. So in terms of putting this on a GC or on the council meeting, we did have that discussion. And quite frankly, I'll be the first to say that it is in a gray zone, but we felt that a lot of, basically the essence of all the material that was here, with the exception of the actual quote, which we didn't have, but the drawing, the concept, the lower level, everything had been brought to council, including a very similar drawing to this last Tuesday in closed session. And so in the interest of saving the 2 weeks, because we are trying to move this forward and we do want to get firm direction on whether you want to do this in 1 or 2 phases, we felt that the 2 weeks would be better spent starting the process to consult with the community partners and get talking about the programming. If this direction was given to go ahead today and that you knew you were having 2 buildings, the planning partners could proceed right away with designing the lower level, anticipating that there's going to be a second building. So they don't spend any time on the integration of just the Church Street School into the plaza. They could start at the library and start working their way sort of towards the Church Street School, and allow staff some time and the community some time to get the details of what's going to be in that building, so that eventually that process would catch up and they would ultimately do the detailed design for both the building and its final integration into the plaza level. So given that so much material had already been shared, but it's quite correct to state that the dollar value wasn't, but we thought if council wanted to make that decision now, we save 2 weeks. If council doesn't want to and wants to wait 2 weeks, it's just that, it's just a 2-week wait before we really, we can't really go out to the community and start talking about programming if you're not really sure which direction you're going, whether it's a 1 or 2 phase. If it's a 2-phase proposal and you're not going to do the building at the same time as the plaza, then we have lots of time to go through with programming of the building, and we can do as much as a process as council would like to see for that programming, because it would be a second independent tender and an independent design function.
Thank you, Mr. Nader-Rosny. I appreciate that. Again, I appreciate the issue with process, but I really do not see what a 2-week delay will bring us, so I will not support it. And so calling the vote on the deferral, using your voting pads, please. Everyone's in? So 3 in favor, 6 against. The deferral is defeated. Going back to the main motion. Councillor Thompson, you were up next. Councillor Tom, I'm sorry, you had the floor.
My motion was what I was planning to do with my time, so
Okay.
I'll yield it back.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
I had mentioned a little bit about it with regards to the next step and discussions being initiated, and we heard from our CEO, Mr. Nader-Rosny, that should this pass, they will begin that right away. But I wanted to just take an opportunity here just to ask a question of Mr. Downey, and with all due respect to Ms. Worth, I know that's under her umbrella now, but Mr. Downey's probably got more experience when it comes to I guess, working with the groups and identifying needs for community space and so forth, and he's certainly been involved for this for a very long time. So, Mr. Downey, I mean, from your perspective and in your experience, given the next steps that are outlined, do you feel that we have enough time to adequately address the concerns about identifying the needs and the programming of that space so that we can move forward as per the timeline in this report?
Mr. Downey.
Through Mr. Mayor, quick answer is yes. In the preparation of the report, there was discussion between staff with regards to the timing that was identified in Mr. Ramuno's report, and we feel confident that we can meet these timelines identified in the report.
Thank you. Councillor?
And as a follow-up to Mr. Nader-Rosny, would it be fair to say, Mr. Nader-Rosny, that this would be one of the, I guess, primary issues before your leadership team in terms of moving this initiative forward?
Sir.
I'm not sure if I understand the question. You mean in terms of just putting...
In terms of priorities, would you consider this to be one of the main priorities for the remainder of this term?
Sorry. Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, if we get the direction that we're going ahead with the building, then we have to basically get at the programming right away in order to make this happen.
Thank you.
Councillor? Thank you. Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I asked my question during the amendment phase, so I'm fine. But while I have the floor, I just want to tell Councillor Curie that he is incorrect. It's not law of conservation of or thermodynamics. It's wrong. Incorrect.
If you two could take that offline, I would appreciate it.
Hold on.
Councillor Humphreys?
The first law.
Okay. Councillor Abel?
Well, to conclude, I think that we're already finding out that the addition to the cultural center is going to be a costly one. The atrium idea is going to be very costly. Working in the soil and with a significant historical building as a cultural center is probably going to run extra money. We haven't even considered, and we won't, because it was decided, not by the community, but it was decided that we were putting an addition. There was nothing to say that we needed it. There was no prior studies. The cultural center never came forward and said, this is why we need the space. But could we use that money and maybe put a building at the other end of the lot for half the price? I mean, would that be fiscally responsible if we could do the same programming and highlight some other features and incorporate the cultural center and other designs into the library square? The idea of putting an addition on it basically only leaves one option, and that's the one that this council has considered. That's why I was more or less opposed from the beginning. It was the same concept that was done by the FOTEEN. They rushed that through for $20,000 and brought it forward and said, put it down here in the parking lot, and this council refused to do it. The planning partnership were given a task to bring something quickly. I guess they used the same footprint. The library was not in favor of it. There's not a proper turnaround in this new design. It's not been embraced by the library, but the cultural center obviously likes it because they're getting a huge addition. I would say we could move that building and use it for the money that we save. We could use it to invest in the library, and the library has identified where they need space. I mean, they've had a very lengthy and a very detailed report. A year and a half ago, they wanted to put in a second library. They've got the metrics, their uses, all those things. That's where I would be putting my addition. So the reason we are where we are is because we have to get this done very quickly. We don't have any time to consider options. We didn't when we were with the FOTEEN. They had 2 months and they delivered in 2 months. As I said, that plan was not accepted. Partnership came with the same one, and we did because we don't have another chance to consider anything else. That's why I think it's important to have a peer review on this to show that the money that we're spending on an atrium, the unknown soils, we have not had anything provided why it has to be an addition. I think it's not a pause. It's not like a pause back in 2013 for 5 months. It's doing what we should be doing best for our community, and that's considering what is good in the long run, what serves our community, not just a select group. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful of our fantastic cultural center, but I did sit on that board, and they said if the museum had a home, they could use that space and they could be quite sustainable for their programming, and that has not expanded in any of their presentations to us. And I think we are not doing what we should be doing, and that's exploring options and opening it up for discussion. And we had our chance to have all this done years ago, and we have put ourselves in a hole where we've got to move really quick. And we're going to move really quick because I'll be outvoted for sure. But I just want to make my points, my views clear. I moved this library square back in 2015. I thought we had enough time. I've been in favor of the library square from day one. I was not in favor of delaying it in 2013 to explore an incubation hub in the old library. We could have done a great job if we had used all that time to do this properly. Now I think we're going to be running into a money pit by putting this here with an atrium, and the library is going to be handicapped, and I use that word because they're not going to be able to access that building as it is designed right now. As it is, we're going to take that all away. And I know everyone's dying to cut me off, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Marcus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to, and I'll go to Mr. Downey because he has the expertise on the file on this for over close to 20 years. So through you to Mr. Downey. Mr. Downey, are the soil conditions the same within the whole square in essence?
Mr. Downey?
Building in Aurora is a mystery. So I wouldn't want to say what the soil conditions are there without doing boreholes. So it would be unfair for me to make any statement on the quality of soils in that particular area. I do know there's a high water table, but that doesn't mean that there isn't bearing capacity in the soil.
Okay. Thank you. But through you to, as a follow-up, would it be safe to say that whether you build it beside Victoria Hall, whether you build it beside the Cultural Center, whether you build it beside the library, you're probably going to run into similar water table and similar soil conditions because it's a very close quarters?
Not sure if that's a fair question, Mr. Downey.
Well, without having borehole tests, I wouldn't be able to through you, Mr. Mayor, I apologize. Without having borehole tests, I wouldn't be able to give you any certainty. But within that geographical area, I can tell you in building the library in 2000, we ran into a variety of soil conditions within that footprint. So, so there is a likelihood that you're going to have perhaps pockets of bad soil and pockets of good soil, but where they are, I really am not prepared to answer that question.
Thank you. And another follow-up, and I appreciate you're not able to answer that in detail. But when do you do soil testing and boring within a project?
Mr. Downey.
Through Mr. Mayor, we've already done some borehole tests through Mr. Mayor with FOTAN, and we did that design and provide that information to council. I think it would be prudent to do some exploratory borehole tests. The architect would appreciate that so that they could at least factor any soil concerns into their budget. And then prior to construction, another series of tests are done specifically within the footprint of the building.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Downey. I'm hearing too is that we've done some testing previously, and council was aware of that testing, and so we have done some of that, and we've done our due diligence, I think, to this point, and we're going to continue to move forward and do that. You know, I'm hearing concerns, you know, from one councillor, and Councillor Abel, and I do understand his concerns. I mean, time and time again, he's mentioned them, and I get it. I understand it because he's told us all why he has these concerns, because it's not his idea.
Councillor Maracus, could you please rephrase?
Well, Mr. Chair, he stated that to all of us. Also, I'll rule the chair.
Councillor, please. Councillor Abel.
That I was all for the library square. I put a motion forward 2 years ago. I think that is not properly phrased.
I would request that you rephrase, please, Councillor Maracus.
Well, okay, well, yeah, we all understand he has strong feelings because others put this forward. But at the end of the day, this council in a majority, in a pretty strong majority, 8-1, voted in favor of this design. And so I think this is something that has been 20 years, as we've said constantly, 20 years in the making, public consultations nonstop, open houses, staff working constantly on this. There's been no one's rushing anything. We've heard from the community, and this is what they want. Everyone is excited about this. And it seems there's only one person that's not excited. And that's fine, that's his opinion. But this is what we're doing because the residents want it, and they've spoken loud and clear about it. And so have the stakeholders. And so I think that we're going to continue to move forward, and we're going to create something that everyone's been waiting for, a town square that is going to bring people to the area and make it better than any other community space in any other municipality, and I guarantee that.
Thank you, Councillor. Just a couple of quick comments. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Gardner. Actually, it's a third. I'm sorry, Councillor Gardner, it would be a third time for you. Okay, all right, thank you. We will recognize the representatives of the library board here. Thank you. Appreciate you coming. Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Humphreys and Councillor, but you've both spoken twice. Yeah. No, actually, Councillor Humphreys has not spoken twice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, it's interesting. I'm just listening to the conversation around the table again. I just didn't really want to say any more other than, then don't. But I can't help myself. Honestly, to Councillor Maraka's point, we've talked about this for so long. Nothing is new. We're not saying one new thing at all. And I'm not trying to say, because I say the same thing over and over again myself, but I mean, we have talked about this for years and years and years, and we're talking about public consultation again. We did that. We sat in this room and the people are saying the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. And we cannot do this over again. It's just, to me, it's a waste of everyone's time. It was, there's money to be spent, absolutely. If anyone was thinking this was going to be for free, we were kidding ourselves. But remember, we need to invest in this community. We need to invest in the downtown core. We've been saying it for so long, and let's just invest. This is not a waste of money. This is going to make an area beautiful in our town and draw people. And I got to tell you guys, if you've driven by, it's going to be spectacular. It's already an open area that is going to be the heart of our town. And I'm really excited about it. And I mean, I probably didn't need to say all this stuff, Mr. Mayor, but I just feel like I hear the same thing, and I hear the stalling, and I just, guys, we got to invest in our downtown core. And it's $1 million, but we owe it to our community. We owe it to ourselves to invest. And if we don't want to, then yeah, vote no, done. But we have to invest. And for me, I don't think we've done anything near anything like this in the 7 years I've been on council for the downtown core. So if we don't do this or think there's a problem with this, then I don't know what to say. But I'm all for it, and I can't wait to vote yes.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Okay.
I think the only Mr. Downey has dealt with this issue the longest. I think I dealt with it probably the second longest, because I remember being at that podium in, I think, 2005 or 2006, advocating at that point for just tearing down the library, which we did. So we certainly, I've said before, we're not rushing to any conclusions on this one. With respect to what kind of building can go in there, I'll remind you, we just took a 2-story building out of there. And not only that, but a building that was designed for a very heavy internal weight load, because libraries have special reinforced construction in order to support the load of the books. So I'm not a hydrogeologist, so I certainly can't make those comments, but I think that we should be able to at least replicate what was there, and hopefully not run into too many problems. I realize that things could have easily changed in the years since that building was built, but I think that we are moving in the right direction. I appreciate the comments around the table in terms of process, and whenever possible, I do push the process issue, but sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. I do not know what will change in the next 2 weeks, so I'm voting in favor of moving forward with the motion that's on the floor, and I will now call the vote. Everyone has spoken. Ishida, please. Everyone's in. That is passed 7-2. Thank you very much, Council. May I suggest that we take our break now? It is, could we please be back here? Oh, I'm happy. Councillor Perry? Any comments or questions for Councillor Perry? On the Councillor Thompson?
Thanks again for not only being on the FCM board, but for keeping us informed and bringing this onto the agenda all the time. Appreciate it.
Councillor Perry, you got any comments? Oh, well, I'll go to Councillor Gartner first.
I'd also like to thank Councillor Peary, and there are things in this report that are pertinent to Aurora, and that's always what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to point out that this different style of report comes from me asking for something that's a little bit more accessible for people around the council table who don't necessarily attend the FCM board meetings. You know, it's a lot of information to take in and to try and track when it's a 12-page document with writing from top to bottom. So I did ask for something that was a little bit more accessible to all of our colleagues, not just here in Aurora, but across Canada, so that everyone can be aware of the work that we do in a succinct fashion.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Councillor Marcus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just wanted to say thank you to Councillor Perry in that specific regard for advocating on that and making it so easy for us to now look at it and read it and understand what's going on there, and it just makes it that much more better. So I agree with you. This one is much different, much better to read through, and as Councillor Gardner mentioned, it has some specifics to Aurora itself, and so I appreciate all the work that you do at FCM.
Voting, please. All in favor of, Councillor Abel.
Mayor, and if I could ask you, you don't make this report, Councillor Perry? So this is something that comes from the FCM and then you just bring it towards us? So anyone could really go online and just pick up this report? No. So could you explain to me how this is special? If I can't go online to get this report, it's not public knowledge or anything like that. So why is that?
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if everyone remembers, the reports were 12 pages in length before. They were a summary of the FCM board meetings. And I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain that unless everyone else around the council table receives them, they only come to board members so that the board members can talk about the work that happens while we're away, to come back and show the rest of the council that that they sit on the work that they do. So my request, I think, is what Councillor Abel was getting at, as opposed to having a 12-page summary where there were a lot for me to read, and I'm on the FCM board, so I could understand not everyone from every council reading them. Asking for a more succinct version so that everyone is aware of what's going on is what my request was.
So more of an executive summary.
More of an executive summary with information that's pertinent to councils.
Thank you. Councillor Abel.
I'm just trying to get an understanding. To me, the board meeting was in November, and it takes this long to get a report. It seems a bit long, that's all.
Councillor, the third week of December. As you're aware, we have a break for the holiday season throughout the month of December, so I asked that it appear on our first council agenda. So I to be honest, I don't think it's that long. It happened at the end of November. To get something put on the agenda in short order, I think this is as quick as it could have happened.
Our own council minutes take months, so it's not, it's just how things work. No, thank you for answering my questions.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. And I think what I got from the item, the report, was that the amount of work that's being done by the FCM reps, and that's where the focus is. And this is a general review. So thank you for the work. And I'm comfortable that if there was anything that was going to affect Aurora in particular, you would be adding your comments to that. Thank you.
Councillor Dobson.
Thank you. Just following up on an earlier point, and I recognize that this is an executive summary of the meeting that took place. But Councillor Perry, if there were any issues in here that people were interested in, affordable housing, I assume that they can go to the FCM's website where they would find a much more, detailed information report, et cetera, on those various topics if they were of interest. Would that be correct?
Councillor Perry.
There is plenty more information available than what's found within these documents, and if anybody has any, Councillor Gardner had a specific question earlier tonight that she approached me about, whether or not how the new funding would affect existing co-op housing where the funding agreements are running out. I don't have a direct answer to that, but I'm committed to getting an answer for Councillor Gardner. So again, if there are any additional questions, I'm always happy to bring them to the FCM staff as well. So,
okay. Councillor Rackus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very quick. Councillor Perry, through you, you're part of the environmental committee at FCM. Is that correct?
Councillor.
I'm the chair of the Environmental Issues and Sustainable Development Committee. That's correct.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Perry. I'm just curious if you could just enlighten us with maybe a little bit of information as far as the Green Municipal Fund, and I know we've had conversations. I'm just wondering if you could give us kind of a quick overview of, are we looking favorable possibly to receiving any monies?
Councillor Perry.
So the Green Municipal Fund and the committee are two different structures governed by two different bodies, but I'm sure that our staff put in a high quality application, and so I am convinced that because of that, I have no doubt to receive that we'll get funding. I'll stick my neck out a little bit, but I don't have any commitment from the Green Municipal Fund on that regard.
Thank you. All in favor, please use your voting pads. A receipt of the That passes. Thank you very much. Now we will take our break. 10 minutes, please. Could I please have council take their seats? I'm sorry?
Mr. Downey's been here longer than me and working on this library.
Yeah, 'cause he-
20 years. Does it hurt?
No, it's not bad. All good.
Okay, if we could get going, please. Okay, if council, if we could please get going. We got quorum. Okay, we've dealt with the regular items. We'll go to C8, which was pulled by Councillor Gartner, but Councillor Gartner's not at the table. Let's go to R2, logo for the Armory. Oh, okay. R2, logo for the Armory. Sir, Councillor Thompson.
I pulled it. I'd like to speak to it.
Please.
But I can't move the staff recommendation. Or
May I
council
suggest put it on the
recommendation.
floor, and then I suspect you want to make an amendment? Okay. Second, please. Councillor Tom, thank you. Councillor Councillor Thompson.
I just wanted to follow up on my comments last week. You know, I respect the process that we went out to engage the public and get them to, you know, vote on the logo that they preferred. And as the report indicates, you know, it was a fairly close vote between logos A and logo C, with logo C having a few additional votes. But at the same time, you know, we hire staff for their expertise. You know, and we engaged Ms. Mackenzie Smith in the conversation last week and asked her own expert opinion. She still stands by the original recommendation, which was logo A. In her opinion, she felt that there were greater opportunities. It was more symbolic of the Armory and so forth. And from my own personal opinion, I agree with that assessment. When I look at that logo for the Armory and logo A I'm talking about, to me it does epitomize what I think of the Armory, and that is my preferred preference. And so I think that in deciding on this logo, I hope council takes into consideration not only the public's opinion, but also the opinions of our staff. And so for me, I'll be voting against logo C.
Other speakers, please. Councillor Humphreys.
To you, Mr. Mayor, do you want to, would Councillor Thompson want to put an amendment or another option on the
It would
table?
be contrary.
Do you have to defeat and then go? Perfect. No, because I'm very supportive of your comments earlier, and I think we have, I mean, it's great that we have feedback, but in this case, you know, we've got town staff that have great background in this, so thanks.
Councillor Marcus.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, and I did say last week that my original choice was A, and so, you know, I agree with a lot of the comments that Councillor Thompson made, and hearing from our staff as well and their expertise. I do think that the logo C is a little bit generic, but logo A does have a bit of uniqueness to it, and it does speak to the heritage aspects with the showing the roof and the pitch and everything. So I think it's a better logo overall moving forward, and I you know, I did like it to begin with, and I'll take the our expert staff opinion, and I think that's the best way to move forward.
Councillor Kim.
I would have to agree. I also was was partial to option A or 1. Normally, I would not go against residents' choice, but given that the voting was not that far apart, I'm willing to make the change to option 1. And when I was looking at option C more closely, it reminded me of something, and it really hit me. It looks like the KitchenAid insignia, the appliance, when you look at the logo. And I'm not sure subliminally whether people thought, because the Armory is going to be used with for the culinary institution, but I would like to heed to staff's recommendation on this one, and so I'll be for option A, and I'll. Option A
Okay,
is
so
good.
Council, if I may suggest that if the majority are in favor of option A, let's call the vote on what's on the floor, and then if that's defeated, we'll just move to option A. If there's no other speakers, all in favor of the motion on the floor? Using your tablets, please. I'm sorry? C, what's on the floor? So 2 are in favor, 7 are against the motion. Councillor Thompson?
I'll put logo A on the floor.
Second, please. Councillor Maracas? Any other further comments or questions, please?
Maybe if I can just ask Ms. Mackenzie Smith to repeat her comments from last week on why, in her opinion, logo A is the better choice for the town.
Ms. Mackenzie Smith?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The original recommendation for logo A was really because, for several reasons. One, the font is most identifiable as a secondary font of the town, so there's a greater consistency across some of the existing materials. And really the roof line and the vertical siding is iconic to the building, and really evokes a sense of space and location that I feel that the other logos did not. And it also provides a sense of it being easily recognizable in a different context. So if that logo was seen outside of the context of the sign on the building, that it may be more recognizable to either members of the public, visitors, etc.
Councillor Abel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think I made my feelings, my opinion, my comments last week, and that I'm basing it on Mr. Christopher Watts that was here when this was first brought up, and we asked staff to go back and get public consultation on logo designs. And well, I thought we were going to go out and get different logos, but instead staff went forward and took the 3 logos they presented and asked for public input. I'm really not in favor of any of them. And I'm looking up logo is a symbol or design adopted by an organization to identify its products, uniform, vehicles, etc. And that's basically what Mr. Watts had said. When he presented his logos, they adopted the Fleury plow. They incorporated the fact that it was military going back 150 years. And so those were incorporated into the logo. This does look like, I guess, an elevation of a home, replete with a chimney. But I'm not even sure we have a chimney. So I wasn't in favor of any of them. I thought we could explain a bit more about, identify what the Armory is, and the Armory is going to be a culinary, so we should have maybe forks and knives and maybe a glass of wine and incorporate it into the facade or the elevation of the Armory. And I think when you go through the exercise and you engage and get ideas from your community, you might come up with something fairly interesting. And I'm not saying staff can't do it. And I applaud anyone that brings it forward. I did share with council last week. They all looked at a logo, I guess it's an online logo design. You do it yourself. And one that was produced in 7 minutes was very, very similar to what we voted on and approved last week. That was just taken this week at council, and we voted against it. So I wasn't for that one either. I'm not for this one either. I think we could spend a little more time, consult with Niagara College, go out and see if there are different ideas within the community and within the profession, and bring out a number of other logos. That was my idea. That's not going to take place. So I would call this a sign rather than a logo. And I think we could have done better, but that's my opinion. So I'll be voting against this one as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors Peary, Gardner, Humphreys.
I would just state that the speed it takes to reproduce a logo has no implication on how good or poor that logo might be. I'm fairly certain that I could reproduce the McDonald's logo in less than 7 minutes. That doesn't mean it's a good logo or a bad logo. It's whether or not I have proficiency with a program. And so that, I think, is, I don't want anybody to be following any red herrings. It doesn't follow that because something can be reproduced, it means it's poor. From a procedural standpoint, I just want to point out that the first time we voted against receiving the report. I think the report is a good one. It should be on the table. I don't think it was anybody's intention to vote against receiving the report. I think it would be a friendly amendment to include receipt of the report in our motion. I'll look to Councillors Thompson and Maracas, but I think that they'd agree that that's fine. So that's it.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask if there was a chimney on the Armory, and if there isn't, it shouldn't. It was there was originally, but there isn't.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Through Mr. Mayor, there isn't a chimney now. No, so.
Furnace?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure that the design is true to what exists now.
There's a furnace, so I'm thinking there's a chimney. Councillor Humphreys.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick note, and I just, for staff, is maybe to get in contact with Mr. Watts. Just, you did have a concept that I believe is incredible for the community space. The logo he created was the Farmery, which I believe went with the amazing concept he presented for us. So I'll get in touch with him as well. I think that logo can still stay, and work for that type of integrated event that would be housed there if that goes forward. But I'm pleased with logo A, and I'll be supporting it. Thanks.
Any other speakers, please? Oh, Mr. Elliott's just come in with a picture, I think, of the...
There it is.
With the complete with the chimney. Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
It's a little chimney. That's, oh, sorry.
Okay, so the motion is that the report, the report be received and that logo A be endorsed. Using your tablets, please. All in favor? All opposed? That motion passes on a vote of 8-1. We'll go back to C8. Councillor Gartner.
Mayor, apologize for not pulling this last week. C8 is the Lake Simcoe Region CA Board of Directors meeting highlights. And I see that on page 3, the Shepherd's Bush Conservation Management Plan either has been updated or...
So first of all, could I have a motion, please?
Oh, sorry.
You're good with that? Second, Councillor Humphries, thank you. Back to you.
So the first question is, has it been updated? Is this a done deal? I know that Shepherd's Bush is owned by the Ontario Heritage Trust and it's managed by Lake Simcoe, but Aurora does rent a lot of space, well, the playing fields, and I don't know about the parking lot, and we spent a lot of money there. So from what I can see from this update, there's going to be financial implications for Aurora because they're talking about the parking lot needing upgrading and they're talking about dogs off leash. So if we're required to enforce that, that may require more bylaw expenses. So I'm just saying for the record that I'm disappointed that council wasn't part of the process, and if we weren't eligible to be part of the process, at least to be in the information loop, because this is a fiscal issue to us. So I'm sorry you didn't bring it to us earlier so that we could at
Well,
least...
this goes back to 2016. This is when this started.
Yeah, I know, but it's now, we now have it on a January 23rd agenda, and
Well,
it's...
it has been brought to council before. Mr. Downey, this would have been in your purview back when, and I know that the authority would have had conversations with your group. I don't know if it was you, but perhaps Mr. Tree. Do you recall any financial implications to the town? I don't.
To you, Mr. Mayor, I believe they had some discussions with my manager, my former manager of business support, Mr. Furman, with regards to some permitting issues related to the park, and had identified perhaps a need for expansion of parking, but I don't know that they have asked us for a commitment to have any of those works done. I'm not aware of that. So it may be a plan that they would like to see the town partner in. However, they have not made that formal request at this point.
And that would come back to council?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I would like to stick to the facts. And the facts are from this report that when they did when they were in the process of doing their update, they were talking about user experience, and one of the problems was parking lot conditions and also dogs at large. So both of those to me have financial implications. We are responsible for paving the parking lot, and we did it not so long ago, and it's not in good condition. And also, if we're asked to monitor dogs at leash, dogs off leash, that could be another bylaw person. So I mean, when Lake Simcoe discusses these kind of things that have direct implications for Aurora, I would like to know about it at the beginning of the process or the middle of the process, but not at the end of the process, because as you said, I think this has already been done. Just a comment.
Anything else? All in favor?
They're also talking about fee policy amendments. They're talking about a charge for added fees for stormwater environmental compliance, approval, reviews, and technical reviews. So I don't know who on staff would answer that, but is that going to have a financial implication to us? And that could be answered at a further date, but I would like to know.
Mr. Downey, do you have anything at hand on that?
So you, Mr. Mayor, if you recall, the Chief Administrative Officer for the Conservation Authority presented to Council, and they were looking at reducing phosphates going into Lake Simcoe, and they did identify that there were going to be additional fees imposed with that work. So if any work is done, There will be additional fees associated with that, I believe that's what you're referring to.
And thank you. As a follow-up, I remember that presentation, and to me, they were talking about developers and developers picking up the extra fees. So I don't remember anything about council doing that. So for clarification or just for information, I'd like to know what kind of fees we're talking about, if that could be done through you, Mr. Mayor, to whoever. Thank you, Mr. Muno.
Seeing no other questions, all in favor of receipt, please, with your tablet. Oh, it's consent? It's a consent item. Well, except when we move it to the regular. So, hand vote would be fine, unless we would care to do a recorded vote. Contrary? We're good? That's carried, thank you. Councillor Gartner, you had item R1 from last week's agenda, interim control bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's actually a simple question, I think. When we were discussing this last week, we were talking about variances that staff, just wait a minute because it's really to Mr. Muno. We were talking about variances during the moratorium, variances that staff could approve, and I thought I'd ask to have a kind of a list or an example of the kind of variances that staff would be approving. So I don't see it. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Muno.
First of all, Councillor Gartner, if I have a motion, please. May I have a motion, please? Seconded by Councillor Maracas. Mr. Ramuno.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor, and that's correct, and I apologize to Councillor Gardner and Council that question was posed. And I didn't provide anything to Council, but what I can say is, I mean, what we were considering is, if Council agrees, those variants that were required by a landowner for minor additions such as a deck, an expansion of or a shed, an exterior accessory shed, or a small expansion or addition to the structure. So it was that sort of scale of development that we would, if council agrees, we could, staff could continue to deal with those type of variance applications or accept those and have those be considered by the Committee of Adjustment. Sheds, decks, small additions.
Thank you. Would there be anything that a homeowner could ask, an existing homeowner, is there anything that they could ask for that we would not, that staff would not grant a variance for?
Mr. Romero?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's, again, the interim control bylaw is structured in such a way that, provided that they're in keeping with the existing zoning provisions, they'd be okay to proceed. But in some instances, again, they may need a variance to a setback for a deck or a shed, and those we would, if council agrees, we would consider. However, considering the intent of the interim control bylaw, if they needed a variance for a height to the main building or the new addition, obviously that's not in keeping with the intent of the interim control bylaw, and they would be frozen, and they would not be considered.
Thank you. So to the homeowners listening or who may have inquiries, so the intent is not to stop homeowners from doing whatever they might do within reason. Thank you.
Other speakers, please? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. Using your tablets, please. move to R3, which is the 2018 procedural bylaw review. Councillor Perry, did you pull that, sir? Who pulled that? Councillor Gartner?
Can I start?
Motion first,
Well,
please.
Councillor Perry put his... Okay, I move the motion as is.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Perry. Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Gartner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Something happened last week that bothered me. Something happened last week that bothered me, and I would appreciate if... So I think this is something I'm going to say to all of council, so I'm just waiting. So something happened last week that really bothered me, and I thought it was very inappropriate. We have open forum scheduled for 15 minutes, and we had residents. We don't always have residents. In this case, we had residents. We were in closed session, and by the time we got out of closed session and did our council business, there were 7 minutes left. And to me, that's very disrespectful to residents who are coming to us to speak. I mean, we don't get a lot of that, and I really think that listening to residents is the most important part of our work. So I would like to, I don't think I have to make a motion, but on page, just give me a second, on page 15 under open forum, I would like it to be written into the procedural bylaw that if for any reason council needs to take part of the open forum time to do council business, then we simply extend the time and we make sure that we have 15 minutes. And if it means starting a meeting 5 minutes late or 10 minutes late, to me, that's not the important thing. To me, the important thing is that we hold open forum for the amount of time that we have in the procedural bylaw. And I would like to hear what other councillors think. I mean, I will make it a motion if it's required through you, Mr. Mayor, to
I think your
Mr.
point's well
Clerk?
taken, Councillor Gartner. And to be frank, I'm usually the one trying to herd people to get out here on time.
Yes, you're very good. Yes.
So I think we need to be more, quite frankly, I think the rules are there. If we don't follow the rules, changing them is not necessarily going to help. I fully appreciate your point. I think it's incumbent on us to finish our closed session business or recess if we have to be out here on time. I think that's truly what we owe the residents, because we also start our committee meeting at 7, and there's people here for that. So I think that we need to be more cognizant of our time.
And I agree with you 100%, and also agree you're very good at hurting us, or trying to hurt us. But
Trying is the operative word.
but should we fail, or should it take longer than we expect at the table? Because I think we were sitting at the table relatively on time, but I don't think the public should take the fall for it. So I would actually like it to be in the procedural bylaw that, and I'm not sure how the clerk would word it, we did talk about it last week, so that open forum occurs 15 minutes before a council meeting, and it's actually in here. It's actually in here. I think Councillor Tom was in a difficult position last week, but to you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Clerk, it says they're not talking about what time it's taking place. They're talking about 15 minutes prior to the formal portion of a GC meeting. So is that covering what I'm saying, actually? I don't think we've ever had that occasion, that instance before.
At this point, the clerk is taking our suggestions
Thank you.
and our queries, so I would suggest that we let Mr. Duran take that back under advisement, and let's see if we can't come up with a better way to manage this.
Thank you. And the only other question I have, and it's not a question, it's actually, I'm going to ask the clerk for an explanation. On page 27, page 27 is about, I may be wrong. I'd like the clerk to explain the part about if we make amendments, and then we could make amendments again, but we can't make amendments a third time. Maybe the clerk can help me with this section.
Okay, I'm going to,
I'm sorry, it is page 27.
okay, Councillor Gartner, you're over time at this point. I'd like to go to Councillors Perry and
Fine,
Thompson.
thank
We'll
you.
come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Perry?
I already sent an email to our clerk about this evening, but I figured I have an opportunity to talk about it again. I think the way that we pull items is not necessarily appropriate because of the motions that we make. So as a council, we will pull an item and then we'll ask for a motion to move forward on the items not pulled. But that does not have any bearing on the items that individuals around the council table have pulled. And the way typical consent agendas work, items are placed on a consent agenda and you need a motion to remove them from the consent agenda and put them on the regular agenda. I think that's a better process. It would allow people who don't necessarily agree with removing an item from a consent agenda to vote against it. Tonight, as an example, I didn't have an opportunity to vote against having items pulled. I had the opportunity to vote against moving everything else forward, but I didn't have a vote on what items we actually discussed tonight. And I don't think from a procedural standpoint that's the right way to do it. It is the way that we have always done it, but I don't believe that it's the right way. I don't think it's appropriate. So if our clerk wanted to respond to that now, he can. If in a further subsequent report, the rationale is provided so that it's something that we can discuss, but I just don't think that we're doing it in a way that allows us to vote for items. We're, in a sense, we're silent on whether or not we want something to happen, and it's almost taken as it's taken as granted, but I don't think that it should always be that way. So that is my comment with regards to procedural bylaw. I think people understand. Our CAO looks a little bit confused with my comment. No, that makes sense. Good. So that's my Michael. If you'd like to respond, that would be.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, I do understand what Councillor Perry is saying. It's per our procedure bylaw is why we do this at this time. I do agree that that is more of a consent agenda approach I've seen in past time, but it would require an amendment to the procedure bylaw for this council to start using the consent agenda that way.
The way a consent agenda is supposed to be used. So that's my comment on that.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just following up on Councillor Gartner's concerns, and I think it identifies kind of the quasi issue we talk about with open forum, because really we have open forum, but we've always said that it's not part of our regular meeting. It's partly informal, and so it's a challenge because in our procedural bylaw it says our meeting has to start at 7 p.m. And so, you know, I can understand the challenge for Councillor Tom last week because the meeting had to start at 7 o'clock. There was only a short bit of time. But because it's not part of the regular agenda, I don't even know if you can waive the procedural bylaw and move the time or not. Because again, you know, we've kind of allocated open forum to this quasi position. I mean, it's no longer on TV. It's not part of the formal record. And so, you know, I would like our clerk to just take open forum back with him and maybe give it some more thought and perhaps bring, you know, some options when he presents that final draft procedural bylaw and have some more conversations around it, because, Councillor Gardner raises a good point. You'd like to be able to give the public, the time to be able to express themselves, but at the same time, we have this challenge around open forum, and we do have a procedural bylaw that says meeting has to start at 7 o'clock. So, I'm happy to leave this challenge with our clerk.
Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Dodd. I guess some of the other challenges with open forum is that there's no indications that it requires quorum, right? Because it's not part of a meeting. And so there's no requirement for quorum, so you could be empty seats. And also, I don't believe there's a specified chair. I mean, it's not a meeting. This is the challenge. It's in limbo. So I agree to give those challenges to the clerk. And I think what might be better was to expand delegation at GC so that items are incorporated into the agenda and it follows our rules of process, than to kind of keep this kind of quasi, I guess, for lack of a better word, forum for our residents. I think it makes more sense to maybe expand GC delegations to include options or more availability for more people to delegate, or keeping it at a higher number, and that way you won't get stuck to where we were last week, where we had to begin our meeting at 7. We couldn't delay it because we weren't actually in the meeting, and there's all these, it's really the Wild West with open forum. So I think those are my comments, and I'll look forward to what the clerk recommends.
Thank you, Councillor Tom. Councillor Gardner, for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is called, this section is called motions to amend. Motions to amend. It's page 27, and it says, a motion to amend is to be open to debate, yes, relevant to the main motion, can be applied to a motion at one time, but that amendment may be amended, but cannot be amended, which cannot be amended. If it is not considered a friendly amendment, then the motion to amend, if more than one will be put to a vote, will not be amended more than once. We've had some confusion about this at the table, and maybe it could come back when we get the full report. But I just want to make sure we all understand what it says, so that we don't look foolish when we're sitting at the table, because this is actually quite confusing. Not what you've written, but just the whole amendment.
There's no question it's confusing. I believe it's right out of Roberts. It's word for word right out of Roberts Rules of Order, which is...
Okay, so then let me make sure I understand it. So an amendment may be amended once. Is that correct? Okay, amendment may. Okay, so what happens if it's not a friendly amendment? If more than one will be put to a vote. So you mean there could be 2 unfriendly amendments in a row? I'm not sure what that means. If not considered a friendly amendment, the motion to amend, if more than one?
Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you can do an amendment to an amendment. So there could be an amendment on the floor, and then another member of council can move an amendment to that amendment, but you cannot move an amendment to the second amendment, if that makes sense, Councillor Gardner.
Okay, so I think I got that part, but thank you. But what I don't get is if it is not considered a friendly amendment. So how can you make an amendment to an amendment that's not friendly? Or we can't.
As an example, just earlier, Councillor Peary had suggested the motion that Councillor Thompson put on the floor for the logo was logo A without the clause to receive for information. That would have been a friendly amendment, just to add that, which is
right.
Is that a fairly
and so
that
what
kind of thing? So
if it's not a friendly amendment, then the motion to amend, if more than one, will be put to a vote in the reverse order. So how can we have, are you saying that we could put 2 unfriendly amendments on the table? Thank you. Yeah, I would appreciate some examples. That'd be great.
Councillor Peary?
Let's say the motion is about planting flowers in a concrete planter. We could have one motion dealing with whether or not it's a concrete planter. Maybe we decide it's going to go to a plastic planter. Maybe it's going to go to some other material planter. So that would be an amendment to the original motion. Now, if you wanted to look instead of at the type of planter, but in the same motion look at the type of flower that we're putting in, you couldn't look at the type of planter at the same time that you're looking at the type of flower, because they are two different items. And just to
I'm not sure
to
you're
finalize, if the motion is to go from a tulip to a rose, and somebody says, well, I don't want a red rose, I'd like a white rose, you could then make an amendment on the type of flower to specify the color. So anytime you make an amendment, it's to narrow the scope of what you're looking at. So as long as the scope of an item is always being narrowed to become more clear, I would believe that that amendment is allowed. Now, Robert's rules differs because those circumstances arise very rarely. But if there's a narrowing of a scope, I think that that amendment makes sense to be debated. But if you're talking about two different things, like a planter or like a flower, you would deal with the flower issue first and then go back to the planter issue.
Can I suggest, can I suggest, Councillor Gardner, that you take this offline with the clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, but I think everybody needs to understand it. So let me just see if I can say it quickly and clearly, and if not, then I'll take it offline.
Please.
So the planter, the material of the planter is I'm not going to be. The material of the planter is not an unfriendly amendment, but.
Okay, please.
But let's say we were going to put rocks in this planter, and somebody said, "I want to put roses," so that's an unfriendly amendment.
Okay, hold it. Okay,
and further to that, if somebody wanted to put red roses as opposed to pink roses, that's another unfriendly amendment and would be decided first, and then you decide whether you're going to put flowers, and then you decide whether you're going to have rocks. Thank you. I understand it.
I thought this was going back to your cannabis report. If there's no other comments, the clerk will be taking all our comments into account and coming back to us. All in favor? Using our planters, using our guess they're not planters, are they, Mr. Clerk? Councillor Humphreys is not here. Stepped away from the table. Item R4, the application for zoning bylaw amendment and site plan, that is 15403 Yonge Street. I'm sorry, I do not remember who pulled that. Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Motion, please.
I'm sorry, I can't approve this. I can't approve this motion.
Someone move this for me, please. Councillor Perry, thank you. Is there a second? This was moved forward from last week. Councillor Tom, thank you. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. My problems with this are, first of all, we're allowing 6 parking spots, but in the winter, we're allowing that 6th parking spot to be snow storage. So nobody said what kind of business is going to be, but if the business needs 6 spots and one's going to be snow storage, That means somebody is most likely going to be parking on the street. I think I'll just wait again.
I'm sorry?
I don't think this is a trivial issue. I think this is a safety issue. So if this business needs 6 parking spots, but in the winter they use 1 for snow storage, that means 1 person doesn't have a parking spot. That means that 1 person will park on the street, most likely. I'm willing to hear that that's wrong, but I've recently seen an accident where that part of Yonge Street and going up to St. John's and even farther, it's a busy, people are moving fairly quickly there. So I don't think we really can allow parking on the street. So to me, it's just the wrong way around. If we need 6 spots, we need 6 spots, and they have to do their snow removal off-site. The other one is, and I'm trying to think where in town we have a driveway that's only wide enough for 1 car, so it has to be used for in and out, and the maneuvering space here is very small, and it's not on a side street, it's on Yonge Street. To me, that sounds like maybe a safety issue as well, with backed up cars on Yonge Street, or a car on Yonge Street waiting to get into the parking lot while a car is coming out. So I can see there's vast interest at the table with respect to this. It's not a joke. It could be a setup for a safety issue. It also could be a setup for a precedent. I think it's inappropriate. And the second point, or third point, completely off that topic, is we are trying to have a community energy plan. We've got a corporate energy plan. We're trying to protect the environment. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I asked it last week, can we insist that from now on people use permeable substances for driveways? We saw a huge flood in that whole area last June. There was a car practically swimming on Orchard Heights. So, are we serious about flooding and environmental issues, or are we not? So, I'm sorry I didn't give you the opportunity. Can we insist as a town that we want people to put in permeable pavement?
Mr. Middle?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we can, if that's council's wish.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, it says in this report that this driveway has to be hard surface. So could we have an approval? Like, would we have approval? Would you have approval over, because paving stones that aren't properly set could be dangerous.
Mr. Middle?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, the driveway and the parking to the rear of the building has existed for a number of years, and there are issues going entirely, with paving stones, over the winter time, and there's movement and just plowing. But we have, in instances, asked applicants to provide certain sections of their parking area to be of different material. So we can certainly have that discussion with these applicants as part of the site plan agreement process.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, this may not be the time where we insist that this is permeable pavement. But I think as a general rule, especially we're going to have a lot of infill and redevelopment, and we definitely have a flooding problem in that area, it should just be par for the course that we ask for permeable pavement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers to this item? Seeing none, using your tablets to vote, please. Carries. That was item R4. R6, please, the Community Improvement Plan. Councillor Gartner, you pulled that?
Thank you. I can't approve this either.
Councillor Perry, Councillor Tom, thank you.
Thank
Councillor
you. Last week, Councillor Thompson asked a very good question, which I can't remember it exactly, but it was if we didn't, they're spending a lot of money redoing this, and if we didn't give them the $15,000, would they do the facade anyway? And what are the parameters around giving out this money? And I don't know if staff was going to give us an answer to that.
Mr. Muno?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, staff felt that this application did meet the requirements of the program. However, it is council's discretion to approve funding for any application. Staff did have discussions with the applicant early on, and through the discussions, as part of their eligibility to the program, staff suggested enhancements to the work that they had originally proposed. So we did get them to enhance some of the exterior materials and treatment that they were using originally. So, and it's staff's recommendation to approve this funding, but again, it's at council's discretion.
Thank you.
Councillor Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I think it's entirely appropriate to give a grant based on the work that's being proposed, and the work and how it conforms to the community improvement plan, project description, and how it conforms to each of the programs. I think it would not be appropriate for council to jump into a discussion on whether or not they can afford to be doing the project and therefore they shouldn't be getting our funding. There's no guarantee around, number one, we don't know what their financial situation is, whether it's money in the bank. We don't know if they're getting a loan to do this work. Ultimately, what we're looking at is, are they doing the work? Does it conform to the CIP? Does it meet the requirements of the CIP? And if so, they should be getting funding. But I think if we go down the road of questioning how much money they actually have to spend, it, I think, would deter other individuals from applying to the grant, because it's not fair to the application, and what we should be doing is judging the application on its value, not their capacity to pay, not their capacity to carry loans, or how they finance it. Is it an improvement to this site? 100% yes. So that's why I'm in favor.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Humphreys?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Perry said it perfectly. I'm 100% in line to his explanation. This community improvement plan, again, goes to help improve our downtown core and entice or enhance or have owners, believe that the town is there to help them improve the facade or some of the elements of the building that they're renovating. So it benefits the entire community by doing this. This is why we did this in the first place, and I don't ever remember talking about, can they afford it or can't they afford it? I think it was just, again, sort of an indication that the town is absolutely serious to evolve our downtown core and make it attractive and where people want to come, and the businesses, again, obviously will have improved traffic and so on. So for me, I'm absolutely 100% approving that we should do this, and I don't want to get into any discussions at all to disallow. That's why we have the grant process, and I just appreciate that they're taking advantage of it, and I'm looking forward to the improvements on the building.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Mayor Daw. Last week I simply raised a point that was in our report that says that the intent of the program was to implement improvements that otherwise may not occur. And so I asked staff to come back with additional information and give me some assurances that, as a result of working with this applicant, that these are alterations or enhancements that, if they had not been working with our staff or through the community improvement program, then it wouldn't have occurred. And Mr. Ramuno sent out an email middle of the week, I believe, or Wednesday or Thursday, outlining the process, the fact that after meeting with it, they had the architect. And so, yes, there were additional enhancements that were decided upon as a result of interaction with their staff. And so it satisfied my concern that that the work being done before us is stuff that otherwise would not have occurred had we not gone through the program. And so I'm fine.
Thank you. Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. Through you, if I could ask, on page 4 of the report, FACAID and signage improvement grant, there's a sentence, the minimum grant amount available through this program, I guess that's the CIP, is $5,000. So if someone's doing something for like $1,200, they can't apply for this because 50% of that would not be.
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. It's a matching grant, so the owner would have to put up a minimum of 5, and we would put up 5.
Would be minimum of 10,000.
Minimum of 10,000.
Thank you. And so this is a substantial investment, and this is what came out of the Economic Development, the Economic Advisory Committee last year. Very good program. Not fully utilized, but maybe this is the tip as we get going. I'm looking at the page 7 and the proposed front facade. Is that how you say it? Facade. Facade. Are those the tenants that are going to be in there? I mean, that's going to be a busy place, isn't it? Or is that just an example?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think they were hoping for a Starbucks, and that's why they showed the Starbucks logo. No guarantees. We haven't spoken to anybody directly about that, but yeah.
Yeah, it's got everything. All right. Thank you very much.
Councillor Maracus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Ramuno. Mr. Ramuno, if actually, I'm okay with it. I'll let it go. That's fine.
Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a large budget, and largely it has been unused for the community improvement plan, and so I'm all for, regardless of the size of the business and the scale of their improvement plans, if they want to leverage some of the programs that the town has available. I think it's great. I think for the businesses, what it also sends a message is that we're a partner with them. We have our skin in the game. It's not something that you can't see. This is our money, and we're partnering with you to improve. And even if we were to put some we don't even have any criteria to differentiate between large businesses who can afford to make certain changes and smaller businesses who may not be as fortunate and blessed with monies to make those necessary improvements. I'm not sure what kind of criteria you can put in to only incent those who are not as fortunate to have the investment monies. This kind of reminds me of when the federal government took out the incentive or the tax credits for children for music, arts, and sports. And the argument with that was that those families who are getting taking advantage of the program could largely afford it. This isn't like that, because those people who can't afford it will continue to do that. But in this case, it's not the same. And so I guess in summary, I'm in support of the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. I'll go to Councillor Maracus.
Changed my mind. I figured I'd say what I was thinking. So we have a promenade plan, and this allows us to put controls in place when we approve this money that they follow that promenade plan. and the facade would fit within that vision. And so, through you to Mr. Ramuno, Mr. Ramuno, would that be correct? If we didn't grant them this money, we would not have basically some control as far as them moving towards what our promenade plan speaks to. They would be able to basically change the facade to any way that they really saw fit to do it in their own terms.
Mr. Ramuno?
So, Mr. Mayor, I mean, that's fair to say to a degree. I mean, it's a question of the extent of work that they were proposing to do. It may trigger an amendment to the site plan application, but in this instance, they were willing to take advantage of the program, but also work with us to make the changes that staff thought were appropriate in this location, being within the promenade.
Thank you, Mr. Ramuno. So, I'll be in favor of this because I think that this does help with creating that look that we're striving for along our downtown core. It helps improve an area that I think is much needed to improve. And I think it's something that's valuable, and I'm glad to see that they've taken advantage of this opportunity and that the area is going to change.
Councillor Gartner for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And perhaps I should have said it at the beginning, but my point for raising this is, and it happens quite often, and I'm not sure if it should be in the procedural bylaw, but when a councillor asks a question at a general committee meeting, it's asked in public, and I think that the answer should be given back in public. So it either should be a memo or, I think it should be a memo. Just say simply, I spoke with these people, X, Y, and Z. I think we're talking about process, and we're asking a question in a public forum, and it should be answered in a public forum. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. CEO, I'll just leave that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further comments, questions, we're using our tablets, please. All in favor of the report? That's carried. Thank you. Item R11, Councillor Gartner. It's just a receipt for information. Move that, please. Thank you. Second. Councillor Humphries, thank you.
Saying before, it really was a comment, but now I can make it a question. The fact that the region is not going to be planning to do anything, and even with the change to the tracks, my understanding, Mr. Mayor, is that they're not going to do anything to improve the traffic that will help us, Aurora, improve the traffic on Wellington. I'm not sure about Centre, but to have traffic backed up from the tracks to almost John West Way, it seems to me that that's not acceptable. Perhaps this is something somebody on staff could find out, perhaps when the trains come that often, it will be different. And maybe it won't, but we can't, Aurora can't tolerate to have that kind of congestion every time a train comes in rush hour, morning rush hour or afternoon rush hour. So, and we'll get complaints from the residents for sure, so maybe it's something we could look into now. Shall I leave it with you, Mr. Mayor? Are you on the what?
Well, as I mentioned, there is going to be a grade separation at Wellington. And so obviously, maybe not obviously, I apologize. One of the reasons for the backup, of course, is when the train's coming through, the gates are down, even when it's at the station. At one point, the gates used to go up when the train came into the station, and then they'd go back down again. That doesn't seem to happen.
Yes, that would be appropriate.
So, well, yeah, people, running like mad
But the
fools
gates are down
trying to
for
get
a
to the car
long
park
time.
first. So, but anyways, when that grade separation happens, which is going to be a few years yet, to be frank, that will not be an issue. But the grade separation will theoretically alleviate most of that issue. I don't know,
Okay.
Mr. Ramuno, if you have anything you wish to add to that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, that's correct. I mean, the Metrolinx has initiated the environmental site assessment for a grade separation. So the Wellington, the road will go under the track. So when the train is in station, traffic will be able to continue to move because of the road being under the track at that point. But that's probably a couple years off. But they're hoping to get that in place prior to the 15-minute all-day service.
Thank you, thank you. And so then would I be assuming correctly that people then would stop taking the Center Street crossing? Or not so many people would take the Center Street crossing, and we might have a problem there as well? Yes? The answer is the nod of the head, yes. People will be more likely to use the Wellington grade separation. Thank you, that's perfect.
Welcome. Councilor Maracas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to add to that. I mean, I think that the grade separation will make a big difference, but in my opinion, I would hate to see, first of all, I don't know how you widen Wellington west of the tracks to Yonge without changing the whole look of the town. You would lose the trees, you would lose, there would be so much that you would lose. So, I mean, if anything ever came forward from the region saying that they would look to widen that, I'd be absolutely against that.
I completely agree. I think the widening of Wellington west of the tracks, between the tracks and Yonge, it was a thought that fell out of the grade separation, because I know that, and they've just started the EA, so a lot of this is unfolding. But one of the thoughts is they'll make the underpass 4 lanes plus a bit for pedestrian traffic. So there was probably some thought of doing that, but you're right, that would change the look of that street dramatically. So I think, again, it's very early in that process, and I don't imagine there would be a whole lot of support for that.
Thank you, and I agree. I just wanted to
Well,
throw
I
that out there.
certainly
Yeah,
support it.
that you would lose, I think, the charm of that street
very
and
much
the
so.
town.
Thank you. Councillor Gartner, second time?
Just to finish that up, I was thinking more of doing the 3rd lane so that it's one way in the morning and one way in the afternoon. I know we have turning lanes, so I think it would be possible to do a 3rd lane. I agree with Councilor Maracas, you couldn't do 4. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments or questions? All in favor of receipt, please? Using your tablets. 4 and against. Carries. Thank you very much. I believe that concludes regular items. Flip back to the start. We'll move to motions. We've already done the first 2. We'll move to the 3rd one. Item C, Councilor Maracas.
Yeah, I'll move as is.
Second, please. Councilor Tom, thank you. Councilor Maracas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is pretty straightforward. I think this is a major redevelopment that we're going through, and I think that this would involve and get the residents of the town active and get them even more excited than they already are with this redevelopment. So I think it's a good opportunity to have those submissions come in and then have staff develop how that would work and how it would come to us for final approvals.
Thank you. Councilor Tom. Councilor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Daw, and yeah, total support. I think it's a great idea. My only comment would be, obviously staff are going to look into this, and with respect to the process for that public, the submission of the names from the public, and that we look at certainly what parameters we're going to set about the process, so that people understand that when they're submitting names, that it's going to be subject to the final vote of council, or however that process comes out. Because if I'm not mistaken, I believe there was a public vote in England or in the United Kingdom for an icebreaker or some sort of a naval ship, and it was called, no, it was Bodie McBoatface was the submission that won the public consultation.
I'm sorry, what?
Bodie McBoatface was the submission that won, and they actually had to scramble at the end to amend the process so that Bodie McBoatface was not going to be the name of that. It was like $1 billion icebreaker or something. So anyhow, I'm not suggesting that we're going to get names such as that, but I just think that I'm looking forward to the criteria that staff are going to bring forward to make sure that we have, that the public are aware of our expectations in terms of the process for not only the submissions, but how we move forward once those submissions come in.
Councillor Thompson.
I'm certainly very supportive of it. I think it's a great way to start to, engage in the communities a little bit more as we've got a bit of a design to get out there and get them involved in the naming of it. Library Square has always been a bit of a placeholder, but it's never necessarily been the final choice. And so I know that some around the table started calling it the Town Square. So look forward to seeing the process the staff outline.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. I was just going to underline the importance for criteria to judge and decide. Thank you.
And since we're back on Library Square, I'll just quickly correct myself. Councillor Gardner actually has more experience than me with the whole Library Square thing. It's Mr. Downey, Councillor Gardner, than myself. So just want to make sure that that's clear. Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl, and I appreciate that we are creating a process for this, and I think that's important. And in hindsight, we could have done that with our logo. We could have gone and said, "There's a process. How are we going to go about doing a logo for this?" So I'm pleased that we're doing it in this case, and I appreciate the comment from Councillor Tom. We don't want to commit to what a survey may find or submissions. So there will be certain guidelines, and I appreciate that. I'll be in favor.
Thank you. Any further comments? Calling the vote then, all in favor? That's carried. Councillor Marcus, you have the second one?
I'll move as is.
Second, please. Councillor Humphries.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. This one too is, I believe that this is pretty straightforward and easy. It's asking staff to look at creating terms of reference to create a local appeals body in Aurora as allowed now under the Bill 139, which received royal assent. We would be the first municipality other than Toronto. Toronto was afforded these regulations before Bill 139 was passed under the Toronto Act, and now this is being given to all municipalities across the province. And so I think it's important that we take the lead once again when it comes to this and look at creating this local appeals body. I did have original thoughts that it might be a good idea to have this discussed at the regional level and ask our partners and other municipalities within the region to see if they would want to get involved and maybe create a regional local appeals body. But I thought maybe what we can do at the time is have staff create those terms of reference, come back for a Aurora solution, and maybe this gets discussed from our regional representative at the region and see if anyone's interested in coming along with us and joining Aurora and creating an appeals body that's maybe it's a Northern Six, maybe it's a full regional appeals body. But I just think it's important that we take the first step and show our leadership in this regards, as we've done in the past, and create an appeals body that is making decisions from people that understand our community and not people from outside of our community.
Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. Thanks for the motion, Councillor Marcus. My only question is the two clauses. One calls for the creation of a local appeals body, and then the other one calls for the terms of reference to be coming back to council. So it's a bit confusing. So will staff be creating the local appeals body independent of our approval of the terms of reference? Typically, if we're looking at terms of reference, we decide to move forward with or not the creation of the body in question. You know what I mean? It just seems like it's a bit backwards. So I'm not sure if this has been vetted by the town staff. I mean, shouldn't we look at the terms of reference first and then create the body? Maybe I'm incorrect. Or perhaps Councilor Maracas can explain why we're creating a body and then, but before we look at the terms of reference.
Councilor Maracas?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've had long conversations with Mr. Ramuno, and I mean, he might have a different explanation, but my understanding of Bill 139 is that I think we have to kind of put forward to the province and say that we would like to create this appeals body, and then we would, once you're kind of given that okay, then you'd be looking at the terms of reference and how we'd move forward. If everyone wants to put the terms of reference first and look at how it's going to be created, in my writing of this motion, the terms of reference was more for who would create the appeals body, who would we look to have on this body and this board. So that's more of where the terms of reference were. I think we're also waiting for the regulations from the province as far as Bill 139, and once those regs come out, then we can have a better understanding as well as of the fine-tuning of the appeals body. So, but Mr. Ramuno can probably have a more in-depth and better answer.
I was going to go to our solicitor first, and I can go to Mr. Ramuno for comment.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Daw. To constitute the appeal body, actually council has to pass it by bylaw. So it doesn't have to go back to the province. And to answer your question, Councillor Tom, it would come back to council, and council would have to pass the bylaw to actually create the tribunal.
Mr. Ramuno, do you want to chime in? And then Mike?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think the intent is for me to come back with a report just on the mechanics of how we go about establishing a local appeal body, how that would work, and that would be subject to council's approval. Councilor Maracas is correct. I mean, as per the previous bill a number of years ago, the province has provided local municipalities the authority to establish local appeal bodies. To date, I believe it's only the City of Toronto that has established one, and they established it just a couple of years ago. But so I think I understand the intent. I'll report back on what's entailed in establishing local appeal bodies, and I'll work with the solicitor on just the mechanics, and we'll provide as much information as we can by May, if not sooner.
Councillor Tell?
Thank you. I got 3 responses. Great. It seems that we will be getting the terms of reference prior to approving a bylaw, and I just think it's important because the terms of reference will indicate the scope of everything we're talking about, and I just think it's important that we have all the information and move forward accordingly. But it seems like staff and are on the same page, so I'll look forward to the subsequent report from Mr. Ramuno and the terms of reference as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to vote in favor of it now. I would like staff to look into whether or not we would be legally allowed to establish a local appeals body for the northern 6 municipalities, as opposed to the region as a whole. Just as I think in terms of planning, we're probably closer to the northern 6 than we are to the southern 3. So if we end up talking about payment for these individuals down the road, I'm not sure we will, but if we do, it might make more sense to bear that cost across the northern 6 municipalities. So just whether or not that's allowed for under the Act.
Councillor Abel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just, so I'm clear, and I know it says it in the body, but we have a committee of adjustment, and they have been making decisions, and that has always been appealed or You have the ability to, in the past, to have appealed to the OMB. So now, before it goes to the local planning appeal tribunal, we would have a local appeals body, and that's sort of what they've set up in Toronto, as I understand. So,
Two different.
is it two different? Could you explain, just so I'm clear?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Right now, Committee of Adjustment appeals, if there's a matter that's appealed, it's dealt with by the Ontario Municipal Board, or in the future by the local planning appeals tribunal. The local appeals body enables the municipality to establish that quasi-judicial tribunal to deal with appeals to the Committee of Adjustment. So it'll settle those disputes.
Could settle ultimately, but the I guess the idea would be sort of a mediation sort of process. I mean, before it got to, or would it be a final? Oh, I see. Okay. And would that be made up of that body? Is that what the report's going to come back? Would it be a combination of residents, professionals, counselors? No council.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it'd be made up of resident members. City of Toronto example, I think they have 6 or 7 members, and the majority of them are lawyers, and I think there's 1 or 2 land use planners. But again, they're the first one, so that's the information that I'll strive to get for council in the future report.
Thank you very much.
Before I go to Councillor Thompson, motion to extend, please. Councillor Perry, Councillor Kim, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Pardon? You don't look excited at extending. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. I certainly support the intent behind the motion. I think that with Bill 139, we continue to look at ways in which to manage the development of our own communities and take action on the tools made available to us. I certainly agree with Councillor Maracas about Aurora taking a leadership role in the formation of a local appeals body. However, for myself, I'd like to start at the region and then work our way down. I'd like to see us make that official request that the region form that local appeals body, and if possible, get a response from them, either yes or no, and then to Councillor Perry's point, then look at the Northern 6, and again make some sort of official request before making that final decision on whether Aurora will go it alone and do it. I think that from an economic and from a logistic perspective, it makes more sense to do it as a region-wide or a Northern 6 body, and I think that's important information to have for us before we make that final decision on whether or not to form one for Aurora. And so, happy to hear other comments around the table, but, perhaps we can, if Councillor Maracas is okay with it, just amend this to have some sort of official request, perhaps through our regional representative or by staff directly, that the region respond to our request to formulate one, and if not, to explore the idea of a Northern 6 one. That's my comments.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. I just need to make sure I'm clear on this. So it would be the appeals board, and the higher authority is the tribunal? Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. So the appeals board you can't appeal their decisions to the tribunal. So what would indicate if it should go to an appeals board or the tribunal?
Mr. Romero?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if council establishes a local appeals body, that would take the place of the OMB or the new local planning tribunal. Yeah, so those Committee of Adjustment appeals would be heard by this new local appeal body and not the local planning appeal tribunal.
Thank you. So as the Committee of Adjustment is made up of local people, I like the idea, if Councillor Maracas considers it, agree with Councillor Thompson. So you take it away. It's a tribunal. It would be, in my opinion, better to do it either at a regional level or at a combined municipal level and take it out of the local community.
Thank you, Councillor Gartner. Mr. Ramuno, correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that we've been able to do the local appeal body since, I guess, probably 2007 when the legislation was enacted. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I think that's correct. It was before Bill 73. I think it was Bill 51, and that goes back to
That's
06, 07.
And one thing I think would bear checking into is that I seem to recall reading somewhere that our official plan should be in conformance with the up-to-date provincial policy statements and provincial growth plans. So if you could just look at that as you're going through that process to make sure that we're in conformance with what we do. I'm certainly happy to take this up to the region. If council wants to do it informally, we can do that if they want it. And I know that the CAO has some discussions. You met with the N6 last week, had a brief discussion with them. I don't know if that went anywhere. So I'm certainly happy to take it to the region. If council wants me to do that informally or formally, that's obviously at a council direction. Councilor Rakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would have no issues with making a formal recommendation to have this discussed at the regional level and having their thoughts heard. That was my initial thought, and I just thought I would pare it back and see what the thoughts were around the table. And what I'm hearing is that what my initial thoughts were were correct, and to have this looked at the regional level. I'll allow Councillor Thompson to make an amendment if he'd like, and the only thing I would add is that possibly to throw in that a copy of this resolution maybe be sent out to all 9 municipalities as well, so they can take a look at it and kind of have a sense of what's happening before it even gets discussed at the regional level.
Councillor Thompson?
To that point, I'll put forward the amendment that a formal request be made of the region to consider the formation of a local appeals body. And if I can just keep adding to that, failing that, further discussions with the N6 on the possibility of doing that, and to Councillor Marakis' point about circulating this amongst all 9 municipalities in York Region.
So, Mr. Clerk, should this be tabled while that process goes through, or what would be your recommendation for managing this? Please.
Through Mr. Mayor, there's a few ways council could deal with this. It does seem maybe not so appropriate for an amendment to this current motion on the floor. The motion could be tabled for a time being. The motion could be defeated, and then a new motion put forward. It's really up to council. I think tabling would be better,
more appropriate, I think.
Absolutely. If
Councillor Marakis?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd be fine tabling this because that makes sense, because if the region's not amenable to moving forward with an appeals body, well, then we would revert back to looking at creating our own at that point and having those terms of reference. So yeah, I'm fine with tabling this and moving forward with the amendment.
So if I'm suggesting Councillor Thompson's motion should be 3 parts: to table it, to circulate first to the region, and then to the N6? Councillor Thompson?
So part of that amendment was to circulate this to all 9 municipalities so they're aware of it. So if we're tabling the motion, can we still circulate amongst them?
Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that the tabling motion is separate from the motion to the formal request to the region, and the failing that, the circulation to the N6 and the circulation to all 9 municipalities.
Okay. Councillor Marakis, would you care to table? Do a motion to table, then I'll go to Councillor Thompson for his amendments. Second there to Councillor Marakis' motion to table. Councillor Perry, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Thompson. So circulate, circulate, circulate. I think that's 3, right? Yeah. Yeah.
I think if everyone understands, like Councillor said, formal request to the region, failing that, further discussions among the N6, and to send this motion to all 9 York Region municipalities.
Everybody comfortable with that? Was there a second for Councillor Thompson's amendment? Councillor Maracas? Our motion? Yeah. All in favor then? Opposed? Anyone want to speak to that? I'm sorry, apologize. All in favor then?
It would take us a second to get it on the screen, so.
I'm sorry? Yeah, all in favor? We already voted on tabling it. And this is, yeah. Opposed? It's carried. Everybody got that? Moving on? Awesome. Thank you. Good discussion. Councillor Abel. Fence bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move as is.
Is there a second, please? Councillor Gardner, thank you. Councillor Abel.
I don't think I have to add much more to this. I think we've identified a gap in our setbacks, and unfortunately, probably just a one-off. But I truly believe that had the town been made aware of this and might have suggested that maybe hinges were put on the panels because that's what the owner said they would do, this could have all been avoided. So it's as simple as that. I'll look for support, and hopefully we can get this resolved.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Councillor Thompson.
No, I appreciate the motion coming forward. I mean, I'm interested, obviously, in hearing staff's thoughts about, you know, in hindsight, you know, learning from the situation that's before us and seeing what can be done going forward. You know, I think we all struggle with the situation with that particular resident, and wish that there were some easier solutions at our disposal. We recognize that it's a challenging situation. Maybe there are, maybe there aren't, but I would appreciate staff coming back with that report.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it's a very difficult subject, and I know staff has been put in a difficult position as well. So anything that we can do to help, and at the end of the day, that resident could be it could be a safety issue, that they can't get in and do the work that they have to do. So we need to try and figure this out. Thank you.
Councillor Kim.
Thank you. Thank Councillor Abel for bringing this forward. I will support the motion. Like everyone around the table, it was disconcerting to hear the plight of the resident. I think this would be a good exercise, a great exercise for staff as well as council to go through this, because it seems like it's like a jigsaw puzzle or a chessboard where there's a blockage from moving forward with whichever way you go. There seems to be a blockage, so there must be an answer, and I would hate for any resident to have to be left with their own devices to resolve this, and you know, that's what we're here for, and to be problem solvers. And I hope that staff will come back with a couple of options that we can vote on to alleviate situations such as this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. Obviously a very unique situation, something that's probably, I would imagine, very unique within the town. But obviously we don't know that, so perhaps the report will indicate what other areas of town perhaps this might, there might be similar situations. I just want to be clear, though, we will not be retroactively enforcing any new provisions that we come up with. So I think we should be clear at the table that this is not a solution for the situation we heard at last GC. At least I think we should be clear, just because we want to be fair to the resident involved. I don't believe we're going to be retroactively enforcing bylaws. I don't think we do that. So I'd perhaps like Ms. Van Leeuwen to comment on, although we will be getting a report with, amending provisions that would restrict the erection of fences in future situations, I don't think it'll have an effect on current fences. So perhaps some clarity.
Ms. Van Leeuwen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct, that we will not have the authority to remove a fence that has been lawfully erected. This is a going forward bylaw, and we will explore opportunities to avoid this situation from happening again in the future.
Thank you. I think that's very, I think that's good for us to do. Obviously, it's a very unusual situation and a very unfortunate situation. So obviously, with that fact that we're looking at, it's good. So I'm in favor of this moving forward. I just thought we should be clear that there was a couple of comments from councilors that this might help address the current situation of this resident, and I just don't think that that's true or fair.
Councillor Peary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as I stated earlier this evening, in a similar way, I'm always concerned when we react to a one-off issue by proposing new legislation. I think it's important that we exercise prudence in the way that we respond to this. So I look forward to seeing a report, just seeing how best we can address these issues moving forward, but also agreeing that both property owners, both neighbors have property rights. So I look forward to seeing what staff come back with.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And while I appreciate the review of the bylaw, I understand that, unfortunately we can't go back. So it leaves the situation, pretty dismal for the one owner who has half her windows blocked a few inches from her home. So it's just a real shame. Just a question, and it could be out of line from me, or you just want to, you can let me know. Has there been any attempt to contact the homeowner to reconsider the fence? Or
Ms.
do
Van
we
Leeuwen,
do
would you care to
that,
take
or
that?
is that in our jurisdiction?
Point of order, is this related to?
To this? No? Okay,
Well, okay,
that's
fair
fine.
enough. If you can take that offline.
Yep, thank you.
Are you?
That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Before I go back to Councillor Thompson for a second time, I think history, and I seem to get involved with these for some reason. History suggests that quite often these are neighbor disputes. So I think maybe you should include mediation in your process here if you're looking at. I would be very interested to see what staff comes back with. But quite often they are neighbor disputes. So if there's some way we can address that, that's great. Certainly would be an interesting service to our residents. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. And just to be clear, and I appreciate Councillor Tom bringing it up, my reference to the previous situation was not to imply that this would be a remedy to that situation, just really to identify that we recognize there's an issue and to try and learn from that if we can on how best moving forward to avoid those kind of situations in the future. But I agree with him completely. This will not be a remedy for past. It really just is looking towards the future and trying to avoid similar situations.
Thank you. Councillor Markets for the first time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just echo some of the statements around the table. I mean, it is an unfortunate situation that the neighbors find themselves in, and and I'll agree with you, Mr. Mayor. It is a neighbor dispute, and it's a tough situation. But if I too am looking forward and with interest on what staff will bring back to us and what kind of solutions or recommendations they'll look at how we can move forward. But to Councillor Tom's point, he's correct that this is not going to resolve this specific issue, and so. But maybe the one thing I would actually like to see through you to Ms. Van Leeuwen. Ms. Van Leeuwen, will this also identify possibly how many areas could possibly be affected in the same type of instance?
Ms. Van Leeuwen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, We can attempt. That will be difficult, as it would require an extensive sort of tour of the town to establish. I would imagine that it's mostly in the older area, so we will try to collect some data on that.
And I appreciate that, and I'll look forward to the report.
Thank you. If there's no other comments, question, all in favor, or voting, please? That carries. Thank you very much. We will move to the regional report, or reports. You'll move both of those, Councillor? Okay, is there a second? Councillor Thompson, thank you. Speakers, please. Councillor Gardner, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know how this works, but the region is hiring 12 more paramedics, but they're not talking about anything about adding new ambulances, or I don't see anything in the regional report about that. Can I assume that there's going to be ambulances to accommodate these paramedics?
It would either, I'm sorry, I don't have all the details. I can certainly find them, but it
I
would
would be
also be for
interested
shift
in-
loading and things like that.
Thank you. And also, I found something very strange in the report. It's about Housing York. And Housing York, to me, does a lot of subsidized housing and seniors housing. And they're projecting an operating surplus of $1.1 million. How can that be?
How can that be?
Yeah.
I'll go the other way. If you look at TCHC, that's not budgeted for revenue for years, who are seriously underfunded and aren't keeping their buildings up to shape, I would suggest it's financially irresponsible if we don't budget for a small surplus that would go into reserves. That's a deliberate.
Okay, and maybe you'll give me somebody to call, because to
Sure,
me,
yeah, absolutely.
1.1 million is a pretty big surplus. The other thing I see is that we are going to, alternate members of regional council are going to be allowed to be appointed by municipalities. And I'm gathering there are certain parameters around that. Well, it says now, we're now allowed to, and we didn't get an extra member on regional council, but we can now have alternate. That was part of the decision. So are we going to be appointing someone, or what are the parameters going to be before that?
I'm going to turn that over to the clerk, who has been working on this.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Dow, we'll have a report on the February 20th General Committee agenda, Councillor Gardner.
Thank you.
So what came forward at the region was the region recognizing that
Yep.
this was a possibility and how they were going to handle it from their end.
No, it's very good news. Very good news. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. On a similar line, with respect to the alternate, in reading it, it says that at this point that it's really just strictly for regional council meetings.
Yes.
And so I guess my question really is, was there conversation around allowing the alternate to take your place at committee meetings or, other kind of meetings as opposed to just regional council?
Yes, there was, but this is regs from the province. And so it's not the ideal solution. It's not the solution we want, but we feel it's a start. And we'll just keep pushing that stone up the hill.
Out of curiosity, how many regional council meetings have you missed in 7 years?
3.
Oh, okay.
4.
It's more than I thought, sorry. No, I don't think they miss many.
I certainly try not to.
No, for sure.
Councilor Marcus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just wondering, how does this affect our chances of getting that second representative?
At this point, again, this is what the legislation is giving us. We are still working for the second for a full alternate as Newmarket, as an example, at this point. That hasn't been granted. We are still working on that, and every opportunity I get to speak to a minister at Queen's Park, I do that.
Thank you. And I just want, I did listen to the meeting, and from the discussion, it seemed that that regional staff, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that this is basically a municipality individually can make the decision on how and what they're going to be, like how they're going to appoint and how this works, and that the region was just looking at once a municipality decides on who they would choose, then this is our rules for bringing that person in, and that's what they were looking at. So, okay, so because from the conversation that I heard, that it was that each individual municipality could do a different thing on how they look at picking
that would
their
be a
alternate.
council decision,
Yes.
how they wish to come up with that.
Okay.
And that's what Mr. Durand is working on.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any others? All in favor then? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. We will go to new business. I think I start with Councillor Perry this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I made the same complaint last year. It's currently January 30th. I drove by on the weekend. I'm pretty sure that our Christmas tree has lights on it. Mine was down on January 1st or 2nd. Scrooge, Grinch, whatever you want to call me, that's fine, but I think that our lights have been up for way too long. When are we taking them down?
Mr. Downey, would you take that under, Ms. Worth, would you take that under advisement, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Grinch. Councillor Kim.
Thank you. The one thing I wasn't going to say this, but the pride of Councillor Perry kind of rose to the surface and insisted that I retract and say that I was incorrect, and that Newton's law of gravity, I mentioned gravity, it's actually law of motion or conservation of energy, and both fit. So he is correct and I am incorrect. And the other thing is, through you to Mr. Downey, you know, Mavronack Park, is it necessary to leave the lights on all night? I know the safety features and so forth, but when I'm walking, you know, late at night, it's just pretty bright. I'm just wondering, just to conserve energy, whether we can just cut it to half the lights, or.
Mr. Mayor, I'm assuming you're talking about the walkway lights?
Yes.
Yeah. So that is our standard, but we can, if we're directed by council, to reduce that lighting during the night hours, if you like.
Sure, that'd be great.
On the direction of council.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to.
That would be that. If you could do it with notice of motion, please.
Notice of motion. Okay.
I would appreciate that. Councillor Tom.
I don't have any new business, but are we going to finish in 5, or should I extend the hour now?
We'll finish in 5. That would be my plan.
Can I just make a motion now to extend for 15 minutes past 11, and then we don't have to do it later?
Second. Councillor Humphreys requires 2/3. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. That's it. Councillor Humphreys? Councillor Abel? New business.
I have asked months ago, and I'm just sort of looking for a pending list of all the items that we have not done. So normally we do it within a year, half a year.
Mr. Rossi?
So, Mr. Mayor, that's in the agenda package that was circulated last week.
Thank you.
Councillor Johnson? Councillor Gartner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the same kind of note, I think that the committees should also create pending lists so that the items can be passed on, if there are any, to the next committees. Would that have to be a motion, or?
Doesn't that go on?
Some have pending lists and some don't. Heritage just.
Can I suggest we let the clerk look into that and
Okay,
then come back to
thanks.
us? It's a good suggestion.
Because Heritage didn't.
Councillor Marcus?
Oh, I'm sorry,
I'm
one
sorry,
more
you
thing.
have another
So, Mr. Mayor, I was under the understanding that a delegation would be coming from Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority to speak about flood control.
I will check with Mr. Walters. I'm seeing him
Mr.
tomorrow morning.
Walters, thank you. I did speak with Mr. Walters, and he said that he or somebody else would be coming, but
Well, he's the CAO, so I'll check with him.
I did ask quite a while ago,
Okay.
so appreciate it coming to the table. Thank you.
Better make a note. Councilor Marcus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had some complaints in regards to the development over on Murray Drive with the retirement home development that where they're doing the extension and the addition. So through you to Mr. Ramuno. Mr. Ramuno, it seems that I don't know, I guess the sub-trades or whoever's working on the site, they tend to leave a lot of garbage lying around, and I think it's unacceptable for our residents in an area that is well established to have garbage lying around constantly. And so I'm wondering, what is it within our mitigation plan that allows to stop this from happening? Can we, I mean, it seems to me that the only thing that people tend to hear or respond to is fines. And so can we fine people for basically leaving garbage out constantly on a construction site?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, we can, but I think because we have a site plan agreement and we're holding securities, I'd like to have a staff place a call into to the owner to deal with the applicant, to deal with the contractors, and see what sort of response we get from them. And I'll mention that I've got direction from council as well that we're unhappy with the how the area is being kept, unkept with littered garbage being littered on the site. So I'll put a call in tomorrow.
And I appreciate that, and if you could let me know offline how that conversation goes, I'd appreciate it.
And Councillor Maracus, public service announcements, anything? Okay, Councillor Gardner?
Don't know if this is exactly a public service announcement, but I would like to extend condolences to the family of Bob Leonard, who passed away a few days ago.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Thank you. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Abel.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to commend the new shift for snow clearing. On 2 occasions this year, we've had snowfalls, and I've woken up and my street has been cleared first thing in the morning, and I think the program is excellent, that extra shift. And with no parking during the snow event, I'm hoping that you are moving quickly and efficiently. So it's a great addition to our operations, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. And also GFL, and the weather's been awful, but they've been coming through as well. So we always will have the odd complaint, but overall it's been very good.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Humphreys, PSAs. Councillor Tom, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one. This past Saturday was a great night at the Legion with the annual Robbie Burns Supper, put on by the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 385 and the White Heather Pipes and Drums. It's a great night. Another reason to get out and support the Legion, go to the Legion, and looking forward to next year. So again, thanks to the Legion and to the White Heather Pipes and Drums.
Great, thank you. Councillor Kim.
I just want to mention I'm surprised that Councillor Abel didn't mention it, but the Aurora Winter Blues Festival is happening. It's this Saturday, right? And I just got my ticket, so I'm looking forward to that and seeing everyone there. Thanks.
Councillor Perry. I better be quick, everybody's packing up. Play Speak is launched. I don't know if everybody signed up for it, but it's kind of neat. So it's playspeak.com/Aurora, and you can sign up, and it's a pretty interesting tool. Last week, the town of Aurora won the Campaign Team and Engagement Award at the United Way of Toronto and York Region Spirit Awards ceremony. The town, I can't remember what our increase it was. It was something like 60%. It was pretty phenomenal, and that was John Furman and Tracy Evans John from Parks and Rec and Tracy Evans from Finance. So great job that they did. Arctic Adventure is coming up in a couple of weeks. So that's at Town Park on the 19th from 10 to 4. Aurora.ca/Arctic Adventure. We're still looking for youth candidates for the John West Memorial Leaders of Tomorrow. Aurora.ca Leaders of Tomorrow. Canadian Blood Services on the 15th, so that's next week at the Legion, blood.ca. And what have we got here? February 7th is the opening of the Mayor's Celebration of the Arts at the Cultural Centre. So that's an expanded program this year. It looks very interesting. They've done a lot of work. The Mayor's Luncheon, little self-promotional plug here, from the Chamber of Commerce is Wednesday the 21st. And a little birdie told me that it's subject to the Ministry of Education scheduling their preliminary capital needs assessment will be out for York Region come February the 1st. So that's all the little birdie told me. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I forgot. It's never too early to mention the Run for South Lake, which will be on April 29th. Of course, Aurora will have a team as well, I hope. There is another Mayor's Challenge, and I think over the next couple weeks, you'll see people attending the various council meetings around York Region to drum up support for the Mayor's Challenge. Of course, Newmarket won it last year, so hopefully we can put in a team again and raise enough funds to win that municipal challenge again.
Thank you. Okay, Council, we'll move to the bylaws, please. I would actually like the interim control bylaw separated out. So for the first two, Councillor Tom is moving those second, please. Councillor Kim, using your tablets. No. Yes, using your tablets, please. All in favor or against? Councillor Gardner, please. That's everybody's in. Thank you. And those pass. Item C, the interim control bylaw. Using your tablets, please. Oh, mover and seconder, please. Councillor Tom, Councillor Humphreys. All in favor? Those opposed? We're waiting. Passes. May I please have the confirming bylaw? Councillor Kim, Councillor Perry, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Abel, Councillor Thompson, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much.